No chips and sauce.
Good Sunday morning, Raider Nation. This is the Sunday Morning Pillaging Show. I'm your host, Chris for Raiders, and my other host is.
Raider Nation Jason in the building.
Yeah, we're gonna do a reaction to about the draft upcoming. But first of all, before I do get started, I get a chance to make a video about this. But as the nation know, we lost a Raider family member this past Monday, and you know that member was my favorite all-time Raider player, Rob Martin. I met the guy, one of the nicest down-to-earth guys you can ever meet. But anyway, so we lost one. My condolences to the Rob Martin family, to his two daughters, and everybody else involved in his family. Congrats, my condolences. Anyway, just want to say that piece right quick. So what we want to do here now is get this show started. You ready, Jason?
Oh, we ready.
It's the Sunday Morning Pillaging Show. Chris for Raiders. Oh. Raider Nation Jason. Oh. Pillaging just for Sundays. Oh. Me and Chris, we don't miss. Oh. Me and Chris don't miss. Oh. Me and Chris don't miss. When it comes to this Raider classic, we don't miss. Raider Nation, we don't miss.
Welcome to the Sunday Morning Pillaging Show. First of all, let's start by just talking to the chat and see what they're saying. We got Raider. Hey, Raider Ryan, what's up, brother?
Double R.
And of course, my man, Frank Weber. Rest in peace, Rob Martin. Thank you very much. Hey, long time no see. Robert Pena's in the building. Hey, Robert Pena. Well,
Pena.
glad to see you in here. I seen you in a while.
Yes,
okay, got probably more people coming in, but let's talk about this. Let's get this out the way. Now, we had a draft, so we're gonna go each draft, and we're gonna talk about our feelings about that. And there's a couple of things I want to discuss. What happened? Well, me and my man Jason talk about Friday. It's for adults only, so I can't play it back because we probably get knocked off the air. He's like, oh, nope, out. Anyway, so we're gonna go by each draft, each round, each pick. Okay, so let's start with this. So, Jason, how'd you feel about this pick?
I wanted a long snapper, man. But I guess this will do. I was a little disappointed. I was hoping we go long snapper here, but I guess a franchise quarterback is, I guess the move there. But yeah, go Bears, man. We got our guy. I was hoping
he's
we didn't go left.
He's not a Bear. He's a Hoosier.
I mean, but it started. I mean, his buzz came from Cal. You know what I mean?
Okay, we give you that. Yeah, it was a pick that we all knew. Who was gonna pick. But here's the thing: people talking about. I heard some people saying we know we're gonna pick Mendoza. Why is Spytech not telling us that they're gonna pick Mendoza? Because remember back in the day when the Carolina Panthers drafted Cam Newton, they made it public they're gonna draft Cam Newton. Here's what I think. Reason why they didn't broadcast it. This is my opinion alone. Here's what I think. I think the reason why they didn't say anything because they might got an offer they couldn't refuse for that first pick overall. But if they put out there, we're going to draft Mendoza, then nobody will give them an offer. They didn't say it was. Everybody knew we were, but they didn't say we were. Because if somebody came along and say, we'll give you the next 3 first-round picks, we'll give you our pick in this end, we'll give you a second, we'll give you a fifth, we'll give you a sixth, we'll give you this, and then next year we'll give you a first and a second, and after that we'll give you a first and a third. That's an offer you can't refuse. You know? So if someone came to that, I would have took it personally. And maybe hopefully, you know, get somebody else later on or get somebody next year or do that. So that's why I left it open, the door open. How do you think about that?
Yeah, I feel like they didn't play any games. Like they didn't, you know, it was like you said, they didn't want nobody. Because, I mean, basically everybody knew because they know our needs. They know we're going to take a quarterback. We weren't trading out of this because that would just be stupid, you know. And the only teams that don't really have a franchise quarterback is with us, the Jets. You know, there's very few teams. So, I mean, and the positioning, too, of if the draft was a little bit different, like, say, the Jets were in a different spot, because they needed a quarterback too. So if we didn't, they just would have. You know what I mean? And like that's really the only person that really would have traded up with us, but they were in the next spot. So, you know, and it just the way it worked out, we needed to get this out the way, get this done.
Not that Jordan Jr. is in the building, hey man. No, I was saying though, that was my thinking of it. Like we're not going to. Well, you know we're going to pick, but we're not going to tell you we're going to pick them. Just in case that somebody come in with a ridiculous trade offer, like and all this, like something, for instance, they got 2026 Mercedes Benz for sale, and somebody said, "Give me $10,000." You're not gonna pass that. Good, no, okay, good.
Yeah,
but anyway, overall, yeah, we need it, we got it. Let's hope it works out. So that's a no-brainer. Now, here's the number 2 pick. How'd you feel about that pick?
Love that pick. Actually, because what have we? I've been saying pretty much like we need a real free safety, a true free safety. Mm-hmm. You know, like, and even I was looking at the depth chart even after him, even after getting him, and it still had Palomalo as the free safety, which will help him drop down with Jeremy. And I think it'll just – I feel like we still need like one more, but I feel like the guy Teron was it Teron Johnson? I think he'll pretty much make up for that too for this year. Because that's what I said. We need someone that can range and ball hawk. That can help the DBs. Like if somebody gets burnt, somebody that can range over and, save them. They can help them out, give them some coverage. And that's what we haven't had. We had people that can play the box good. But we haven't had really that threat of either slot or safety, free safety presence. So excited.
Yeah, when they picked him up, I said, finally we got a free safety because I've been talking all along. We got safeties, but they're strong safeties. We need a free safety. Somebody can roam that field. I mean, we know that Powell and Shin can hit. They can put your lights out, but we need someone that can cover as well. Because a few times Paul got burned because he's not that kind of guy. He's a box guy. He's a box safety, just like Shin is. They can hit you and they'll let you know that they're there. So I'm happy with this pick. I'm not going to grade the picks. We're going to do that Tuesday night. But yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, that's okay. Cool. We got a safety, and then the next pick, which will cause a lot of controversy, and we're going to talk about that. Yeah. Jason, tell the folks how you really felt about this pick. Tell like you told me. Minus some adult words. Tell me how you feel.
I was pissed because I'm like, what? We don't need a damn edge rusher. Yeah, sorry. You know what I'm saying? Because how I seen it. We got Max, you got Kuntz, you got Kwity Paye we just brought in. You got Snowden. So there's people. He wouldn't be a direct starter. And so how I felt, the first 4 picks, they have to be starters. They can't be people that you're going to bring in. And then no. I'm leading up to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Just give me a second. So basically, we got all these people, and then like I even mentioned Tyree Wilson. Like we got too many bodies in the way. So I'm thinking for that pick. Because, of course, I'm thinking DT, we're thinking offensive tackle. And I'm seeing all these defensive tackles that we've had on our mock drafts that we wanted. I'm seeing the nation, especially when, what was it, the trade where we lost?
Wait. Hold on. That's why I want you to slow down. I'm gonna ask you.
no, that's what I'm saying.
I'm
That
telling
this
you.
is
I'm telling you.
it's leading to that because we had just gave up
What did I?
just please, I would have already been done already. So the 36, we traded to Houston and we lost Caden McDonald, which was one of the people that I wanted. So I was already pissed from that. And then we did this. And I'm like, we don't need a damn edge. This isn't a need. We got to protect. This doesn't help Mendoza. This doesn't, you know what I mean? This doesn't do anything for the line. This doesn't, and I talked to Chris. Chris kind of talked me back into myself. Just that, and he actually called the Tyree Wilson trade. He's like, you never know. He said Tyree Wilson could be traded tomorrow.
Like I said, what did I say when I talked to you when you was Brandon Raven? What did I tell you? I told you Friday night. I said this means one thing. They're gonna trade Wilson. I said that Friday night. Didn't I say that?
That's what I just said. I said you called it.
And what happened? They traded him.
They traded him. So, but I mean, for me, it was like, but even with that, I mean, the kid wants to be here. That's what it kind of changes my mind on the pick because I mean, it replaces someone that wasn't making no tread. You know what I mean? So at least we got somebody up and coming. And I feel like with Max and the uncertainty with Malcolm Kuntz and all this, it works. You know what I mean? It gives us our up and coming, person on that other side. So
it ain't the way you felt Friday night when we was talking. I said, they brought another edge rusher. Yeah, of course. Because we got Max Crosby. We not certain about what Kuntz gonna do. Tyree Wilson was there when we definitely know what he can do, nothing. And then you got what's his name? Quiddy Pay. So we know what he possibly can do. But then like I said, I told you they're gonna probably trade Wilson. Because for one thing, they had to sign Wilson by May 1st, the extension, or he'll be a free agent. And for once, the Raiders are doing things right. They not let that man walk out the building without them getting something back.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. That's smart. That's intelligent football. That's intelligent upstairs. Finally get some smart people in the building. Not adults in the room, but smart people. They say, you know what? Let's draft this guy and we're gonna trade Wilson because he ain't did nothing since he been here. And that's what I explained to you. They're gonna trade him. They're not gonna cut him. They trade him to New Orleans. Happy. So that was the focal point of that night conversation was that. I'm like, wow, man. You're not seeing. All right. So with that being said, we get to the next pick. Another guy you was highly upset about.
Well, I wasn't really upset about this one. It was just that we passed a lot of what I thought was better. Well, I wanted a tackle, of course. And so when they first drafted up there, they showed him as a center first. And I'm like, that's crazy. That's another thing that we don't, because like I said, when I look for these drafts, the first 4 picks have to be starters. We have a center at this time, you know what I mean? And then like when I talked to you, you said basically this will be the backup guy. This will be the depth piece. But that's what pissed me off too, because I was like, we don't need depth pieces in the first 4, you know what I'm saying, in the first 4 rounds. You know what I mean? We need starters because, like, if we're going to build towards next year, we got to start with this year, plugging in people. Because if we're getting depth pieces, that means that we're keeping the same guys from last year. And I don't know if you guys remember, last year we had the worst record in the NFL. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's not going to work with the same characters. And then that's when you talked about the coaching, that it was the coaching from last year.
It was.
And that it's going to be different. And at the very point, and like I said, I hadn't smoked yet, y'all. I wasn't in my right mind.
And Kubiak said it that he liked the offensive line. They just was bad, the better coaching to do better. But this guy right here is what you call one of those. I can play every position on offensive line. He can play center. He can play both guards, and he can play tackle. So that's only a depth piece. That's a swing guy. If he doesn't start, he can okay, this guy go down. Because you all know what happened last year when we lost Colt Miller and JPJ. The offensive line is already bad as it was, but then we lost those 2 guys. It got even worse. This guy can't fill in the blanks in whatever position we need, or he can give him a breather to get a little stinger or something. He can play in position. So he was a center, he was a guard, And you notice the thing said it don't say center. It says it has a G on there as guard, and plus he's a captain of his team. So that show you one thing. I wasn't mad about it because when you go back, everybody kept saying we need offensive linemen. We need another guard, and then we get one. And some people are like, "Why we pick him?" I said, "Well, that's what he wants, but not only that, he can play all three positions in case we need him." The guy's a beast. He's a monster. So I was happy with that.
Yeah, like he's definitely a good player. Like it's just there was people still on the board at that time that, like I said, and then like you said too, that we didn't get who we wanted. So like I was kind of tripped, because it was, I just seen a lot of other names that were still on the board, and then we get him. I'm like, why? It just, I don't know, just the Raider usual. But
that's why we're couch GMs, because the Raiders already got their shiny new toy in that first pick. Now they're getting guys up needs, not wants, not to make everybody else happy. Although we are Raider fans, we want to see certain guys on the field, but it doesn't work that way. Because if it did work, then they wouldn't have fired the last GMs and head coaches. But apparently, it didn't work out. You want to please the crowd. Yeah, pleasing the crowd is not picking the guys that the fans want. It's picking the guys so we can win football games. That's how you please us. I don't care who's on the field, really.
and
as long as we win games, I'm happy with it. Who's playing quarterback? It don't matter when we win it. I have my favorite player, like everybody else do. But if we're not gonna win with that guy, why he's on the field? So
I told Chris yesterday, 2 wins max. Because after day 2, I was like, we're not hitting on what we need to hit. Because my goal, because that's why it's nothing personal against him as the player. Like none of the guys that came in, it's nothing personal against them. Like they did anything. It's my vision was because we got Miller coming off injury. We got JPJ coming off injury. I mean, I hope to everything, Jesus, that they both stay healthy and make it through the season. But just knowing how things go, I'm prepping for that before it even happens. So if they're healthy, the win-win. Then we got somebody in the back. We got good depth. Because I want to replace Miller. Because Miller's not going to be here the next 5 years. You know what I'm saying? So we need to get our replacement for him. And nothing personal against him, but it's just the way things go, bro. Like he's been injured the last 3 years in a row. So if you're a betting person, you're going to get ready for that 4th year just in case. You know what I mean? And it's like you don't want to have what happened last year happen is when they go down, you have lesser competition in the room. You know what I mean? I want the person that replaces him to be better than him. You know what I mean? And or at least, where it doesn't lose, because Genty's the one that's going to struggle. You know what I mean? It affects our running game. And if we can't run the ball, we know how that goes, but like I said, that was my thing with that. I wanted us at those high picks to upgrade for our tackle of the future. If it's left, right, whatever it is, just to get our line better.
Well, you know what? He might be already in the building. So,
I hope so.
He got no spin on the ball. They didn't put him in there until last game of the season almost.
Yeah.
So I'm glad with that pick because I watched some of his tape. But like this dude, if he starts at guard, I don't think it'd be a tackle because arms are kind of short. But just in case he can, I'll watch him. He's nasty. So here we go. Imagine you play guard, let's say right guard. Or probably left guard because they're gonna want a veteran over there at the right side because right side still like wishy-washy. Okay, this guy. Okay, you got Lindenbaugh. He's nasty. You got JPJ. He's nasty. This dude. He's nasty. Mm-hmm. So you got 3 guys in the middle that are nasty. Yeah, they're gonna open up holes for Jitty and or the next pick we'll get to in a minute. The run circles around defense. So I'm happy with it because every time they pick somebody, I went back and watched some tape on. Yeah. Every guy they pick. I can't pull. I don't know if I can pull up and get in trouble, but yeah, you got to go back and watch tape on this guy.
Yeah,
and pick him that high. Everybody wanted. We need another guard. We got guards. Tackle. We'll get the tackles in a minute.
Yeah.
This pick right here, day 2, day 3, which called my boy Jason down. So I called him and say, "How you feel now?" Now, how did you feel about day 3?
Yeah, day 3, I love day 3. Day 3 brought actually your conversation, to be honest, help because like I said, I've seen us doing things backwards. Day 2, and then when day 3 happened, now even this pick, like I'll get into that, but like day 3 was a lot better. Day 3 we hit, and with this pick though, we did some Raider things, man. Like I remember what's his name, DJ Hayden. We took a chance with him, like on an injury that was kind of, back then it was something with his heart too, but yeah, it was, one of those things where it was a risk with his too. Like could have got him like it could have been life threatening later on down the line or whatever too. And I think he's passed since then too, huh?
Yeah, he passed away.
Yeah, so rest in peace to him. But yeah, it just because the risk versus, it just sounds like it's more risk, man. Like, but I just hope they don't play, or I don't know. I just don't know how to, because like I said, I'm unfamiliar with that, how his, that whole injury thing is crazy. But I want him to be okay. I don't want him to risk his, I want him to be a good player, but at the same time, I want him to have a future. I don't want him to lose his career due to, the surgery or whatever it is. Because, I mean, if you only got a couple years, like if I was in his position, bro, I'm going to play till I can't play no more. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to just wall out until I can't physically do it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm not going to let nobody take this away from me. This is my opportunity. I'm on a team. You know what I'm saying? I'm a ball out till my body just doesn't give no more. So, I mean, I hope for us, this is the reward. But, like, we're so used to the negative that we only see this really going negative. But I hope for his career and just for his future, good player, man. He's a fiery dude. I hope the best for him. I hope even if it's not with us, I hope just for his career to be long.
Well, here's the thing about it. They didn't take him in the first round or second round. They come in the 4th round. So if it doesn't work out, okay, well, it didn't work out. But I'm glad they're taking a chance on him. See, the Rays stopped taking chances with other players. Oh, he's hurt. He's injured. Oh, well, no. Because I thought they were going to get that guy, Chris Johnson, but he went somewhere else before we got to him. So, but this guy is a sticky cover guy.
Yeah.
Hopefully, like you said, hopefully his knee don't
choose it.
What's he say? When it rains shit forever, you don't know. No, okay. Whatever.
Pretty much.
But with him, take a chance on him. No, if it's surgery, just say he could be out for 1 year. He could be, he could not be. You never know. We don't know that, but they did take a chance. He's a 3rd-day pick. If it don't work out, if it's a career, I feel sorry for him and his family, but that's it. That's football. Hey, what Nutty Raiderson, but what's up, Nutty Raider? So I'm glad. I'm happy with that. Now this pick right here, coming up, I had him on my mock drafts. Jason had him on mock drafts. That guy, Mike Washington. I had him on my draft. I had him at least in the 3rd round. We dropped down the 4th. I'm fine with that. This dude. Good guy. He's fast. He's big. What, 6 feet and 223 pounds. And what we say, Jason, we need another running back to help Genty out, and then this guy come along.
What did I text you, Chris? I said, now I'm happy. I said, we got our RB2 now. Now I'm happy.
You was getting like a schoolgirl, man. I said, hey, man, okay, calm down.
We got our RB2. And then it was my guy, too. Hey, because the thing about with Genty, right? Genty can run you over, and so can he. So there's no break for the defense, boy. With the mirror, you can put him in, and then there's nothing. They're like, okay, cool, we got to play off. And then see, with him, you're going to have to bring your hat, man, because he's going to bring that. He's going to bring it to you. So that's why I say I love a powerful running game, man. And this and him, we'll talk about that later, but we picked up some other pieces that might replace some of the other. Because what did I say? I said, okay, cool, Genty, Washington, linebacker for now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Silver Smoke, you gotta talk to Jeff about that. And it might be it'll come up. But anyway, yeah. But I think the draft was a success. Like you said, um, we got a running back. That means that well, they didn't think re-signs Zamir White, and so he's out. So now
Yeah.
your running back room looks like Genty. Then you got Mike Washington, Lobby's still there, Chris Collier. So now we got running back who could do RB2, like you said, because you were so happy. You were like, yeah. And I said we need a running back because they called him Najee Harris, and I said we should draft a running back, and that's exactly what they did. Round 4. Okay, cool. And he was overlooked. Everybody's talking about the Love deal. Like Love, of course, he was going high. He was the best running back in college last year. He was number 2 overall pick. To who? The Cardinals.
Yeah.
Good luck. Have fun. So yeah, this is a pick that this one of those picks that I was really happy about. This is like the pick like that besides Mendoza, this is like my second favorite pick of the whole draft. My second favorite. I was happy with this when they announced it. Because I actually had to see that I was doing something else. I came back and I had to scroll back and like, what they pick? I missed it. And like, oh, then that's when I came back. That's when Jason texted me. Like, yeah, I said, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So we'll go through his grades and stuff and PFF, all that stuff on Tuesday night when we have a little more time.
Yeah.
And the next pick was kind of surprising. How did you feel about this pick?
Well, I've seen a couple people on the board. I have to start writing that down. Next year, I'll write down the people that I wanted, versus who we got. But when I found out that he was pretty much his best friend was, the other safety, the free safety. So I'm like, it's kind of cool because you got 2 people that played free and strong. And then basically that would help us if they can hopefully, both come over here and start hopefully at some point together, that they know communication together. So, the things that they seen in college and they can match that and increase it to what they see in the NFL. And they've already got, communication, probably finger signals, all this kind of stuff that they got between each other. So it's kind of cool having 2 teammates in that same position on opposite sides that coming back to that. You know what I mean? Because in that way.
So here we go. If I lose my train of thought, lose thought. Here we go. So you got the Kobe Dean and Quay Walker who play at Georgia together. They're on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine having these 2 guys who play Arizona on the field together? So you got guys that play in college together that know each other on the field at the same time. So Chen and Paul, you better watch your jobs because I'm not saying these 2 are going to start. He probably won't start. The other guy probably will. But you got 2 guys that play the same team together and they know each other. That's going to be crazy. Stooks. That's his name. Stooks. I forgot that quick. Man. So I was so shocked, but then I see what they're. Then I realize what they're doing. They're getting guys who play the same type of system. That's what I say. Everybody say football is let's get this player. Yeah, the players might be nice in college, but do they fit the system we're going to run? That's what I keep telling you guys. They got to fit the system we run. Yeah. Yes, I agree with you. Stoops will start. Oh, you know what? Before we go to the next draft pick, I want to talk about this right quick. We got to bring a good point. On his day, the Rams owner knew Todd Simpson's dad. That's why he drafted him. And you know who was pissed? The head coach.
Oh, yeah. I think he wanted.
I don't know who he wanted, but you see his reaction when they drafted him?
Yeah.
He wasn't all happy and high five. He was pissed.
Yeah. I think they wanted Lemon, to be honest.
I don't know who they wanted. Didn't care because I hate the Rams. But the thing is that, and that's what I talked about last year, and the year before that with the Let's Go and AP, and and last year Pete Carroll and Spycheck. The coaches have to get along with the GM. They have to be on the same page. not the same book, the same page. And he wasn't on the same. He wasn't in the library with the GM because that kind of threw him shock because saw his reaction like, what? We got 13. We got pick number 13. You take this guy. Not saying he's a bad quarterback. No, he might be a great quarterback coming up because he's in a good system with the head coach. But the thing is that we gotta wait for this dude. But no, number 13. Anyway, enough of that.
I think the Jets would have got him though. Anyway, I feel like they would have got him on the next way around because they ended up getting what's his name? Was it Carson Beck? No, not Carson Beck. They got somebody else.
I don't know.
But I think them or the Cardinals probably would have picked him up.
The Jets.
Cardinals got Carson Beck, so that's why I figured they would have They would have probably got in there and got him too.
I had to list up. I had to pull it back up. Anyway, I don't talk about that. Let's see. So yeah, I was pissed at that pick. Are you a Rams fan on this day? I was pissed at that pick too. I wasn't pissed. I was shocked. Like, wow. And you remember who we picked. Okay. Yeah, that's right. The Cardinals took back.
Yeah.
So next pick we have here. I didn't know too much about this guy, although you do because you're a Cal Bear.
Yes, sir. I mean, it's crazy too because they say he doesn't tackle too well, but I thought for his size, he tackled pretty good. You know, he's a playmaker, very light, very light. He gambles, but you know what I'm saying. Like that Cal defense was pretty good last year, and I want to say him. Woodson from the year before, I think, was their top defensive guy, like in that secondary. And then so when they lost Woodson to, you know, the Patriots, then it was, you know, he was kind of like the pretty much star in that secondary. But he's gonna have to, you know, I don't know if they're gonna have him do a slot because he's I think 180 or 183 or something like that. So he's a little light, but he can definitely ball. You know, he's a long athlete too, so. You know, he can definitely get in there and break up plays. And I've had him in a couple mocks too, like in the later rounds too. I was glad. Because then it just, you know, our secondary really did need some help, and we got a little sprinkle of everything. So nice shot. Yeah, I'll say watch his tape too, guys. Like if you're not familiar with Cal, I am because you know I'm a Golden Bears fan. But yeah, definitely see him get a chance, and hopefully he makes his roster. We'll see.
Quick PSA announcement. Hey guys, thanks for joining us this Sunday morning at post-draft reactions. My name is Chris for Raiders, and my man below me is RNJ, known as Raider Nation Jason. If you like what you see, please subscribe, hit the like button. If you don't like what you see, please hit the like, subscribe button anyway. So yeah, I just want to put it out there. Let's see. Oh man, here we go. Where you at? There he is. The hardest working man in Raider Nation, James Purple. What's up, brother? All right, so moving along here. Like I said, I didn't know because I'm a UFC man, so I could care less about the Bears.
Yeah, sounds about right.
All right. Now let's get to the meat.
Love it.
I didn't think he would drop that far down.
No, neither.
Malik Benson? And
This
here
one
we go. Here goes the subject matter. We need wide receivers. I wonder who said that. I wonder who said that. Yeah.
Hey, and it's funny because right when I gave up, we get him. Like at that point, I was like, well, I guess we're not going wide receiver this year. And then we get him because in my mock I had him like I think 5th or something like that, like late 4th or 5th. And then when I seen it come across, I was like, oh yeah, and it's got some size too.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So man, it's gonna be cool, man. And then so this is what we wanted Thornton to be. You know what I mean? Like we wanted to be that pretty much that 50-50 ball type. That's what he's gonna be. That back shoulder guy, what was him and Surratt or Mendoza and Surratt was, that's what I'm hoping he can be, man. Because he's got the size, he's got the hops, and you know, in the right coverage one-on-one, I think he can come down with them. Nope, give me that.
Oh well, you know, Thornton better watch out. Like I said, they basically, you know, when we get to the last pick, then I'll go and summarize what I think happened, what's going on here. Yeah, I'm happy with that pick. I was like, dang, he fell that far down. I forgot all about him because, you know, he has 4.3 speed. He's fast, and he has good route running abilities. So, let's see. Anyway, let's wrap this up. And then we got a D tackle at the end of the draft. Brandon Cleveland. Big boy. Help that middle out. So, I'm good with that. So, they got a lot of competition out there for the guys that's on the team now. You know, because I was never a professional football player. Of course, you know that. But you know, all on watch the draft. You saw Max Crosby's reaction when he drafted Mendoza. He knew they were going to draft him, but he reacted anyway. But how do you think how they felt in a room when they start drafting these guys? Because you're going to feel like, ooh, competition, or ooh, I'm out of here. And there are 3 guys on this list that I feel like some guys are in trouble. The safety they drafted, the first one, number 2 pick, Stukes. Those guys are in trouble. The running back, there ain't nobody in trouble because pretty much lobbying is probably going to do special teams, whatever you want to do. So no problem there.
Yeah.
Joe McCoy, we got to wait for to see what happens. But if he's healthy, Corey got something to worry about. This guy's nothing to worry about because he's probably a backup or a swing. Or then again, think about good. He can start because Meredith is supposed to be a slated starter. He can be in. This guy is going to be a rotational piece. He's going to be there, but it's going to be a rotation. Okay? But then, if drafting him, he probably was worried. Tyree Wilson. What his name is Wilson. He's not here anymore. Because they drafted him, I said, oh, Wilson's gone. Because they're not cutting Kuntz. They just signed to a 1-year deal. Right? So I knew that was going to happen. They got Snow. They're going to keep Snow as a rotational piece. Who else? They got Quiddy Bay, who's going to be a rotation piece. So they're going to rotate defense like crazy. They got depth, finally. As I talk about Stoops. And this guy right here, I don't know what they're going to do with him. They're going to probably put him on practice squad.
Shit, somebody will snatch his ass real quick.
Oh, shit.
Right, the Browns, another one. We'll get another quarterback. Let's get him.
Yeah, we're going to put him in a practice squad. Yeah, I don't know why they drafted him. We should have traded back. That was good. No, I'm happy they drafted him. Hey, Jack Kenna, man. Hey, welcome to Bakersfield in 2 weeks when all those are going. Me and Jason are going representing. So anybody going to Bakersfield May 16th, we'll be there. Jack Kenna will be there. And my boy Sack will be there. I haven't seen him in a minute, but he'll be there. So anybody else going, let us know, man. So we'll look you up so we can hang out. But anyway, so that concludes the draft and your reaction because, like I said, I wish you guys were there Friday. I had to call my brother to tell him to calm down because I don't want to have a stroke. He had a little medical condition a couple weeks ago, so I don't want to rehash that because I had a stroke. It's not good. And I thought he was the way he was texting me. So, you know. Calm down. If you eventually calm down, go smoke, man. Relax. Because let me take this down. Because overall, we have PTSD when it comes to the NFL draft. We all do. Because the last few drafts we had were I mean, we did get a Jinty up there. That was a Spy Tech draft. and a couple other players. Before that was Telesco. We got Bowers and JPJ. That was decent. But before that, I don't remember who we drafted. That's how bad it was. I don't remember who we drafted. Hey, what's up, Raiders? I had a thought about McCoy. He needs to just play. They say if he broke, don't fix it. He is fine. Yeah. No, it's not the point. That's the point we were about his injury that he has. That's why he fell down far in the draft. But yeah, other than that, yeah, he can play zone, he can play man to man, he can play press, he can do all that stuff. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I feel better about the wide receiver room. A lot.
That was McCoy.
We got speed.
Wait, that's a cornerback we're talking about.
No, from the comment, he was talking about.
Oh,
definitely. We got the one thing on our side is we got speed.
Yeah, but see, that's one thing about one Denzel Boston. I like him. I say, yeah, be good little red zone threat. But then again, he has size, but he doesn't have separation. And what the one main thing we talked about last year, they don't separate. Receivers don't separate, all but Tucker. Now we got guys who can separate. So, but anyway, what was I saying? I lost train of thought because I got interrupted. What was that? Now you're
talking about the DB. You're talking about McCoy.
Oh, before that, my dog was barking. Anyway, it'll come to me. But so I'm happy to draft you. I mean, the point is that they didn't make picks of wants. They had picks of needs. And like I said, look at it. We all said in our mock drafts, we need wide receivers, we need cornerbacks, we need offensive guards. And what they get, they got all of them. And then some. So I'm cool with this draft. I'm not gonna grade it because I'm gonna grade a draft when they haven't got on the field yet. Like this last year's draft, they get on the field, then I'll start grading. Okay, Spytek's draft last year, his guy was good. This guy came out to be good because you know what happened last year. The coaching was worse. So, well, we'll see how it goes. At least they got guys in the building. Let's see here. Oh man, I lost it. Go ahead, man.
I'm gonna just say, yeah, I liked from the UDFAs and everything like that too. That was exciting too because when I seen a lot of Indiana players, I was like, okay, cool. Let's let our guy feel comfortable. Let's get him some guys that he's familiar with. Because when you go to the NFL, man, you leave all your friends, you leave all your teammates, and you kind of go through your own journey alone. But it's always cool when you got somebody that you can relate to that speaks the same language as you. So that way it's easier, in a pinch, you could just say, hey, Swiss, or, whatever you guys got the code. And he knows what that means. And it's just easier competition or easier conversation than someone that you just kind of got to this year. Somebody mentioned something too. I forgot what player it was, but they were talking about coming into the new system and then also the quarterback getting into the new system. And so I basically feel like they're going to be either splitting the ones with Kirk. I still see Kirk starting. I honestly do. I see Kirk kind of starting, and I guess maybe when they feel he's ready, they're going to put him in. But I feel like Kirk is good enough to get us through the season and everything like that. Unless, something crazy happens. But I feel like we're okay. Like there's no really rush for him. Because that's what I said. We shouldn't be putting pressure on this year. This year, just get the right pieces in the right places. Put the centers that are supposed to be centers, make them centers. Put the guards that are supposed to be guards, make them guards. Get the linebacking unit. Whatever's our best, put our best foot forward, and then we'll start talking our usual Super Bowl this year. And what I'm saying? But for now, let's get the pieces in place. Let's get I hate to say bums, but let's get the players that aren't that good and aren't supposed to be starting out of there. Let's get some real starters in there. You know, I love this team. I love every player on this team. I appreciate you, but it's a business, bro. Like you gotta either shit or get off the pot. You know what I'm saying? Like it'll take pretty much a tough person, which I think our coaching staff will be. Like as long as certain people stay out of the way and stop putting their, you know, input, just let these guys cook, man. Like let them get their players. Chris even told me that. You know what I mean? Just like they're getting the players that fit this scheme. It might not be the players that we want and that we desired and thought could make the difference on our team, but they see something. And so far, look, Tyree's gone. Zamir's gone. You know, like when you think about the weak links on the team, like the only one that sticks out to me now, and it's nothing, like I said, nothing personal, it's just Labe, because I know the fumbling issues. So I like that we've already secured that. So, I mean, basically the weak points on this team that were there are not anymore. So,
okay, I'm sorry. So, I'm stoked with the Wayne kicker we got as a shooting fake. Don't you have a video of that?
I do.
Pull it up.
I don't know if you guys have seen this already, but it's about the Tokyo Toe. And it's a beautiful story, man. Let's see, let me go to the okay.
So you are born and raised in Japan. How did you get to this place where you knew, like, hey, I'm going to go to the U.S. and become a kicker in the NFL? How did this happen?
In 2018, at the time, I did nothing in Japan. And then I came to the United States by myself on travel on the West Coast. And I watched my first NFL game.
Yeah.
At the Oakland.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I really loved it. And then, like, I want to do this. This is going to be my life.
Do you remember the game? Do you remember, obviously, it was Oakland Raiders, and then do you remember who they were playing?
As a Rams.
Oh, the Rams?
Yeah.
No way.
Good game.
And then from that, you wanted to play in the NFL, be a kicker, but then you learned how to kick watching YouTube videos. Is that correct?
Yes,
Take us a little bit through that.
So I didn't have a coach at the time, and then I wanted to learn from the best, and which is NFL kickers. So YouTube was a great resources for me. And then for free, you know, that's how I started to kick it. Was
there a certain kicker that you watched on YouTube that you?
Yes, I watched a lot of like NFL kickers, but especially like Jason Myers. Seahawks.
Yeah. Were you a soccer player originally?
Yes, I used to play soccer.
Okay, but you straight up just saw it and loved it, and you're like, and dedicate your whole life to this now.
Yeah, after graduation, high school, I had 2 years blank. I had nothing. I was at the rock bottom. And then I met football. And then I was like, this is it. This is what I want to do for my life.
I don't get us in trouble or nothing like that, but I just thought that was a cool story when I seen that. Like his journey with us started in Oakland and came full circle. And he came back. His first game was a Raider game, but Oakland Raider game at that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Mr. Gay.
The Tokyo Toe. So the Bears basically got like the Otani of the football, baseball. They got a kicker. I'm thrilled with it because I thought they'll get a kicker. I ain't did to go draft one. But yeah, let's see what he can do. Competition. Because Gay wasn't that good to me. He's the 49ers. He missed a lot of kicks. So yeah, we'll see what we can do. But anyway. So back to the UDFA guys. So here's the list. Now we got another D tackle, Gary Smith from UCLA. He's another big body. A big body boy that can clog that middle up. A good run stuffer. Of course, he played at my school's rival, UCLA. I'll give him a pass on that for now, as long as he played well. But yeah, and then look at that. They signed a running back. And this guy I thought would be drafted.
I did too.
But he wasn't. And we got him. So how does the running back room look now?
Oh, it looks juicy. I have no words. Like I said, when we got Mike, I was happy. You know what I'm saying? And then when I seen we got Hemby and we picked somebody else up too, but I'm juiced. Because in that play,
we'll go through the list, but I'll show you in place we picked. We got 3 of them, I think. But yeah, we got another running back. And Hemby's a good pass blocker.
Yeah.
And he's a good little run stuff. You know, get like run down the middle. I'm like, what are we doing? We're actually building a draft room, not just Genty now. Genty's gonna be our number one.
Yeah.
Mike gonna be our number two, and I think him is gonna be our number three.
I love it.
I don't see anybody else. I don't see Live or what's that guy? Collar gonna outplay him.
Special
But
teams
Collar-
probably at the very least, or he's got it here.
Collar could maybe only thing that can battle him, but not this guy.
Yeah.
And then we signed another quarterback. This is the one you talking about, Jacob Clark, was it?
Oh no, mine was Sawyer Robertson.
So he was. So we got another quarterback. So we got 4 quarterbacks. 1, 2,
Mm-hmm.
4.
So AOC is, you know,
might be out the door. Be careful.
yeah.
And then his other end player, EJ Williams,
Mm-hmm.
big target. You know, got another edge. You hate edges for some reason. I don't know why.
We got Chewy's guy.
You got Chewy, Fresno State, Chewy, and coach. Yeah, Fresno
No.
State. And there's your long snapper you want to draft the number 1 pick,
Duzansky.
Duzansky, first pick of the draft. And we got another wide receiver, Arkansas State. Don't do much about him, but hey, and we got another quarterback, Sawyer Robinson from Baylor. Let's look him up. Hold on, man. Let me look him up because you hyped when we signed him.
Yeah, because I just wanted us to get somebody that's going to push AOC either out or make him better, you know. Because I mean, it's about time. Because that's remember we talked about this a couple weeks ago too. Like I wanted us, yeah, we're getting Mendoza, but you always want to have somebody in that, you know, behind him getting ready too. You know what I mean? Learning the system at the same time. Because remember, like when he came in, when Kirk Cousins came in, he came in with RG3, and then basically ended up taking RG3's position after injury. You know what I mean? And pretty much that's how Kirk Cousins' career started. So, you know, I mean, yeah, it's cool to put all your eggs in one basket if that person is like a Tom Brady or Peyton Manning and stuff like that. But until we see that and we know that, we need to always, because that's where we made the mistakes before. We never developed anyone when we had DC. We never filled in for anybody after DC, you know, because we didn't have anybody developing, getting ready. You know what I mean? So that's what I say. This is us doing things the right way. Finally.
Yeah. Well,
Yaya made, sorry, one more thing. Yaya made a great comment because that's what I thought. I thought we were going backwards in the draft where he said, I said Spy had his board upside down, wide receiver, DT last. And that's what I was thinking too, because I'm like, damn, we're getting this stuff, but we're like, when we got the safety at the second pick, I was like, damn, yes, we need a safety, but damn, I thought DT, OT, you know what I'm saying? So we did it. We got everything, but just in different orders, a different order than I had of the blueprint. You know what I mean? So, hey, shout to them.
I'm trying to find. Oh, here it is. So this guy is 6'4" and 220 pounds. So we got another big quarterback.
Yeah.
And if I'm listening to something, I can't show it because, you know, YouTube little thing.
Mm-hmm.
He can actually move.
Mm-hmm. That's why I was okay with him. Because remember, I was saying Taylor Green just for that athletic ability, but he can move too. So that's it. So I'm good. We got our mobile guy.
Yeah. So, and I always said that, you know, the draft, though, you get 7 rounds, and depending on your picks, you're going to at least get 7 picks unless you trade out of them. But if you did trade out of them, you get 7 picks. You get 7 guys you choose from, at least the minimum. Well, not the minimum, but basically. So you got 7 guys. But then there's a lot of other guys that don't get drafted that falls off the draft board, and then you grab them. And I always say UDFA are important because I'm always like a UDFA guy because something they even come out of nowhere, end up being stars, end up being a Pro Bowl, end up being a Hall of Famers. It happened. So who's to say? I'm not gonna say this guy's gonna be a Hall of Famer, but who's to say? You know, UDFA, because you see what they're doing. They pick them guys to either push the guys to get better or push them out. You're out of here. Sorry. thanks for playing for us, but time is up. You know, they get another edge, another offensive lineman, Chase Roberts from BYU, another receiver, another D-back, another O-line, another tight end. You know, can't have too many tight ends. We saw having Brock Bowers went down. We were like, "Oh my God, we suck. We had nowhere to go." So another safety, another O-line, another linebacker. See what they're doing? Another punter. I don't think anybody's gonna take Carl's place, but it's always good to have competition out there. You know, it's always good to have competition out there. But see, sometimes when they bring these guys in for training camp, they all go to training camp in the mini camps.
Mm.
Reason why they do that to see what they got. Because if some shit happened to one of their players, like say for our punter, which is one of the best punters in the NFL. Say something happened, like what happened last year. What something happened? They can get on the phone. They might not sign to the 53 roster or a practice squad. I don't think I'll put a punter on a practice squad. But say something happened to Carlson. Well, damn, we need a punter. They can get on that phone. Hey, what was his name? Hey, Joseph, what's up? We need a punter. Do you want to come in? Sure. Boom. Get your punter. Because they saw what he can do in the practice, in the scrimmages, and all that stuff. He probably played preseason. Let's see what he got. So they got him on speed dial just in case something happened to our punter. So that's why they do that. That's what I think. That's what they do. That's my opinion. Again, we got a receiver from UNLV, another linebacker from Maine, Delaware, another Hawaiian player, a linebacker, Giovanni Avino. Nice name. So, and then we actually picked up 2 kickers as UDFA. So it was a major competition. Tokyo Toe and this guy, Nate Reed from Delaware. And I like what they're doing. They're not putting all the eggs in one basket. They see what you got. And they'll tackle. So the Raiders are not
Okay.
if you want to be on camera, I told you, man. They're like not selling for okay, we already got a kicker. Man, we don't need another one. No, we know we got a punter, but we're gonna bring another guy in just in case. Take see how he looks. We're gonna bring in another offensive tackle just in case to see how he looks. We're gonna bring all these guys just in case because some of the UDFAs might make the team. I'm pretty sure probably a couple of them will make the team because you gotta look at it. They're gonna start pushing out players. Like, yeah, no thanks. No thanks. You're gone. But anyway, so that's the draft. I'm glad my boy Jason is happy now. Not happy, but I'm glad he calmed down. Because that conversation, man, my wife said, "Who are you yelling at?" Like, I'm not yelling at anybody. I'm trying to calm him down.
Yeah, I was a little hostile, and like I said, I was watching. I'm not gonna name whose channel I was on, but I was watching, and like it just got real negative real quick, and I blended in with it, and it was just because I felt like at day 2, I was like, damn, this is a waste. Like we're wasting the draft, like with all this, but. Like I said, Chris, you made very good points, and remember I even told Chris, I said, "There's nothing you're gonna be able to do to change my mind." And blah, blah, blah. But by the end of the conversation, you definitely changed my mind.
Well, I'm gonna try to change your mind. I was just saying, calm down.
Yeah, because I just they moved past so many people that we had on our boards, and then we're like, oh yeah, this is for sure gonna be. And then, like I said, when we traded that 36 pick to 38, and then they got. McDonald at 36. I was hot. That was the start right there, because I was like, okay, this is already kind of going. What are we doing? Going backwards. Let's get the guys we need.
But you got to take that down. Take that. I got to add something else to the stage right quick. Take that video down off the thing. I can't take it down. It won't let me add another one. I'm gonna show you something. But if they wanted him, they would have drafted him.
Yeah.
But apparently they didn't want him.
Yeah.
I don't know if he even came into the. I'm trying to see if he came into the visit. See, did no Boston mission?
I swear he did though. He should have.
Yeah, he did. He came for a visit. But apparently they didn't like what they heard from him. They didn't like what they saw.
Yeah.
Because that's the case they would have took him. He was right there. But they traded down and got another pick. They got that pick, and then they moved up from the fifth or the fourth. So you know. So
yeah, Jacoby Lane was one too that we passed by too, and I was like, oh my god, because they had the but like I get see that's the thing. Chris kind of helped me with that too because this year I don't know why it affected me so much because I've been so used to us picking other people that I should have already been ready for that, but for some reason I was so high on us. Well, I wasn't high, but I needed to be. But
you wasn't, but you need to be.
That part. But I was so high on the people that I wanted us to get, and when I just seen like, especially when they go to the AFC, I'm like, God dang, like the Steelers, the Ray, it go to all these different teams, and I'm like, damn, man, we need to get better. You know what I'm saying? Like these clowns don't need any more, But like I said, we really hit for what we needed to do. Really, I can't really complain because honestly, this draft was way better than last year's. You know what I mean? For what we got, you know what I mean? I feel like we spread it out a lot more because like look at remember that's what I said yesterday too, or that day was I was like, look at last year's draft. We Tommy Malott, Cam Miller ain't even here no more. Like all these people that like it was just a waste of picks.
But you gotta remember what I told you. Spytech is one of the general managers I haven't seen in my lifetime. He came out and admitted what he did last year. He came out and said, "Hey, I went rogue last year." You got to remember that he came in and he didn't get a chance to analyze the draft picks and all that stuff. He probably did in the back of his head, but he didn't have the right scouting department. Until they got Brandon Hunter later on, and they have an interview with Brandon Hunter. He helped them scout these players. Because he came in. It was the old regime scouting team. He came in and then they changed all that. Basically, they wiped everybody out. Everybody in the Pete Carroll regime was gone. Thank God. So he got his own scouts in it. So he trusted his scouts. And he said a few times on stage. Our scouting department was amazing. And like I said, there was an interview with Brandon Hunter and another guy, I forgot his name. Where they were on stage, they were talking. They did their job. And Brandon Hunter came from where? Philadelphia Eagles. And Philadelphia has been known to be a winning team. So apparently he knows what he's doing. Okay? So I'm like, all right, put trust in him. Anyway, we'll go back. Hey, Mike Lopez, welcome to the show, bro. Thanks for coming in. Who was it?
He said fifth round.
Who was that? That can't make a good point. There's, see, you talking about a big guy in the middle? You put Lucky Thompson in nose tackle.
Yeah. I like Lalu. Is a young up and coming DT.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying though, a big beef guy. Lucky Thompson's a big dude.
Yeah.
He could have been nose tackle. That's what they picked him up for, to play defense, but Peter said, no, we're gonna move him up. Dude. Yeah. And then we still got Pegues and Tonka. You know what I mean? So we got some, like I said, that's why. And then look how they did it. They got the DT last. You know what I mean? Because basically we had enough DTs. Yeah, but then they got more DTs in the UDFA. So they wasn't. Yep. They didn't feel McDonald was good enough to take number 2. Yeah. That's why he traded down.
Yeah, we should.
Let's see here. Let's do the chat right quick.
Yeah, I'm not giving up on Thornton either. I like Thornton. I actually like Thornton, and I believe that he was just used the wrong way last year. That they tried to make him some deep. I think they should get him some intermediate routes. Just get him comfortable with the ball. Just get him. If nothing's open, down, out. Like if say over the top, that's not there.
Quiet with that noise, man. Quiet with that noise. It wasn't him. It was the officer. It was the coaching staff. I mean, yeah, like you said, use the wrong way. But here it is. If you can't get the ball to receivers, what good is it? If the quarterback can't throw the ball, well, he's not laying on his butt in the bag and throwing to the other team. I mean, if you take those interceptions and pick sixes, you don't look good. Take the interceptions away, he look good. Get the completions, but it's the other team.
Yeah.
Get out of here. So if you get the ball to him, what good's which wide receiver? You got the best wide receiver in the league.
Yeah.
And you can get Chase out there, you can have Jefferson, you can have Addison, you can have the best wide receivers in the league. If the quarterback can get the ball, what good is he? When he's on his butt or throwing picks. Yeah, I like Jacoby Lane too, plus a USC guy. But yeah, they apparently he came in for a visit. He didn't come in for a visit. Nope, Ted Hurst did.
Yeah.
Chris Bell did.
They might have been some smoke signals.
And there's a Boston game as a receiver, so he didn't come to visit. So I don't think they were interested in him. So anyway, I want to bring this up right quick. Move this. I'm gonna show you
Styles. Yeah, we missed Styles by I think a pick. One pick.
What's Styles go to? He went to Washington.
No, the other one, the brother. Where the hell did he go? Oh, I forgot. But yeah, I was like, damn, we missed him by I think a pick or two.
I don't worry about that. Let's see here. Where is that?
I wonder where Taylor Green went, that quarterback.
He went to well, I'm both to listen a minute. I'm trying to find it again.
Come here, mama. Come here, baby. Yeah.
Is that it? Yeah, that's it.
Come here, dad. Come here, dad. Come here, baby. Huh?
These are all the grades that PFF gave to the draft. Right from the top.
Oh, I forgot what we got last year.
Little uncool, just organized this morning. My wife changed it.
All right. Hey, simmer down now. Simmer down.
All right, here we go. Get to the top of the order. Then you go look at the grades and who they drafted. And I'm going to comment on that. All right, here. All right, find the top. All right. Can you guys see that? I'm going to make it bigger. All right, so we start with Cardinals. C+. Do you see one on the list that we should have took?
I like Reggie Virgil, but like he's like a late round.
Yeah, we could have took him.
Carson Beck would have been a cool project quarterback.
Yeah, he went the second round. So
yeah.
And in that second round, we got Stoops. So whatever. But I don't think Carson Beck would have meshed well with Fernando Mendoza because after that championship game, he didn't shake his hand. So I don't think that would mesh well. Carson Beck's got a little attitude problem.
Yeah.
They didn't want that. Okay. So they got a C+.
Yeah. They went off. Remember, we went running back last year at 6, and then they went at 3.
They got C+. Well, they went for Jeremiah Love because they thought he'd be gone if they get to the second round. Which he would be gone the first round.
He would have been gone.
Then the Falcons got a C+. I don't get what they were doing.
Yeah, I was gonna say they got Zachariah Branch and when they got Terrell, but then after that it was kind of like,
Yeah, I don't know what their goals are.
Number 1 pick.
They got C+. Zachariah Branch, I like him, but he was a small receiver. He's fast, but he's a small receiver. We already got those. We don't need another one. We got those. We got a couple of them.
Mm-hmm.
I know he's a Cliff Branch relationship, but yeah. All right, the Baltimore's got a B+. They didn't want to go play.
I looked. The guard they got was the damn guard I wanted. too.
Oh, you know, they got Penn State.
Vega. Yeah. And then they got Jacoby. God dang, they see that's I was pissed when they got Jacoby Lane and they got Surratt. Because of course we were all calling for Surratt, like, man, it's gotta be Surratt, gotta be Surratt. And then
I wasn't calling for Surratt.
yeah. And then Chandler Rivers is good DB. They had a good damn draft.
We got B plus. So the draft wasn't bad. They got their needs. They need one more because they need somebody with flowers. So they got 2 receivers.
Yeah.
You know, back to back was like, dang, back to back. So they're trying to help out your boy, you know, with some receivers. So they got to be plus. Yeah, that sounds good. Great. Highest greatest pick was Surratt. Yeah. Highest greatest pick was Surratt. Okay, I can see that. Let's go to the next guy. Bills. Got a B. And nobody on that list I really wanted besides Bell, the receiver. Skylar Bell. That's the only receiver I'd say that we could have took. I don't see anything with that. Hey, Twan, what's up, man? If you're not busy, I know it's Sunday. You're doing your services. You know, if you want to come in, just give me a thumbs up. I'll let you come in. Give me a thumbs up if you want to come in, Twan. So they got a B. They didn't. The only person that was Skylar Bell was the only one I would like. Yeah, I would have took Skylar Bell.
Yeah,
but he won the 125th pick. So yeah, they could have gotten the 1-2, but apparently they wasn't interested. Like I said,
Kilgore too, the safety. I don't know how he slid that far.
Who?
Stephon Kilgore, or was it Stephon Kilgore? Or Jelon Kilgore?
Oh,
the safety from South Carolina.
Oh, him? Oh, yeah. I didn't really see him, but okay. Now, Carolina Panthers actually did pretty good in this draft. I don't know about that Brazo guy, the receiver, but Will Lee, I thought was a good pick for him. I would like to. I could see him Raiders getting him. Zach Wheatley. I like Zach Wheatley because of that last name. 1 second. Give me 1 second, guys. Go ahead and talk, man. I'm doing something quick. You there? Jason? Oh, man, we lost Jason. Oh, man.
Oh, I'm on a phone call real quick. 1 second.
Okay. Well, I was doing something right quick. All right, Tawana, yeah, check Instagram if you want to come in. Cool. Yeah, so yeah, they got an A plus. Bears got a B, and I'm looking at their draft. That Dylan Than, they took him quick. The safety from the Oregon Ducks. I thought we might have a chance to get him, but they took him right at 25. I said he dropping, maybe we can grab him, but apparently not. So the Bears got him. I'm cool with that. They're not our conference. They're another conference. Yeah, could go for South Carolina. Yeah. Let's see. Scroll down to the next piece. Cincinnati Bengals got a B plus. Now these are all PFF grades, so that's what they draft. Nobody on the list really I was looking at. Nobody.
Takario Davis, the DB. That's about it.
I wouldn't even look at him really.
No.
Nah.
Connor Lou. Oh no, Connor Lou. Connor Lou. I wanted him, but
he's a center. You didn't want to draft center. Remember, draft that guy. You was mad. So why would you want him?
Oh well, that was before we got Lindenbaum and all that. But he was on my list. Connor Lou.
Pre Lindenbaum.
Because remember Slaughter? I had Slaughter, Connor Lou, and then somebody else with one more. But I feel like Yeah, but those are the ones off top I can think of. But yeah. Come here. Come here.
Okay.
Come here.
Browns. Now, Cleveland Browns is interesting. God damn.
Yeah, they actually kick butt.
Yeah, they still got their blood. They went crazy on their picks.
Yeah,
Not only
they
did
did.
they get a good tackle and final, but then they got two receivers. The two
Yeah.
receivers that we brought in for visits. Concepcion and Boston back to back. They said, no, we ain't taking no chances. They got receivers. So, and then they drafted safety. I wanted to from Toledo. I like him. Bay Barber, Florida Gators, really good. So basically, they took the guys I want. They even drafted Justin Jefferson. He went back to college, man. Now he's a safety. I mean, a linebacker. Now that's a different Justin Jefferson. But yeah, and then they got Joey Royer, tight end. Well, we need a tight end, but And then they drafted Jalen Green. Wow, interesting choice. Jalen Green is not a quarterback to me. He's a wide receiver that can throw the ball. So they got A+, but they did draft well in the first 3 picks. I mean, first 4 picks actually. Those all 4 guys, 9 through 58. I wouldn't mind those being on the Raiders. None of them, all of them. After that, yeah. But those guys I would have picked up. Yeah, exactly. They got two wide receivers. They got 2 wide receivers that we brought in for visits, but they got them. So they trying to work something out. The new head coach. Cowboys got a B. They got Caleb Downs, which I thought they'll go running back, but they didn't. They even drafted running back. They got Caleb Downs, safety, because if they went all defense. Yeah, 1 tackle and 1 wide receiver. But it's all defense, because their defense, they said, sucked last year. Well, you give it Micah Parsons, his defense is going to suffer. So, they went all defense. They only got 2 offensive guys, a tackle and a wide receiver at the end. And then Anthony Smith. Don't know much about him, but he was the last pick for him. So they got a B.
They got all big names. Jerry Jones is good for big names.
Well, they need help. They need help in defense because they lost Micah Parsons. They got 3 edges.
Mm-hmm.
And safety and a cornerback. So they want help on defense.
Yeah. And you know how they were saying Caleb Downs was the number 1 safety? A couple GMs were saying that our guy that we got.
I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard a couple analysts say actually, the Raiders pick is actually better because Caleb got that little injury issue, so we go see. So I'm happy with what we got. There's this we talk about our rivals.
Donkeys.
Who they get?
Tyler Ununudakanudu. Jonah Coleman, I liked him, the running back.
Yeah, I like Jimmy Coleman. He been good fit. He really got him. But
they got Bentley. Bentley.
But they didn't have really too good of a draft, I don't think. Well, that's why they got C-, almost a D. Nobody there I really like. But I do like the Mr. Irrelevant. I like that name. That sounds like an old school 1930 football player, Red Murdoch.
Yeah, he smoked cigarettes.
That was a good name. That was a good day.
Like he dry shaves and smokes cigarettes.
Yeah, no, smoke cigars. So there was this little shot.
Yeah.
If my name's Red Murdoch, I played for the Denver Donkeys. I'm the linebacker.
Ding.
Funny.
Yeah.
Detroit Lions got a B-. Nobody to me jumped off the board besides the edge of Derek Moore.
Yeah, the DB from Arizona State, Keith Abney. Good pick.
Yeah, that was a good pick.
Yeah.
You
know, Blake Miller was the only person on that I really wanted.
Tackle, yeah, he wasn't on my list, but yeah. Packers got a B. They did okay.
I was gonna say, I barely heard their name in the draft.
They only had what 2, 4. They only had 6 picks because all of them were traded out for that. They traded out with Dallas for that Michael Parsons thing.
Yeah,
Right. So that's why they had a pick. But Brandon Sides would have been nice.
yeah.
He went in the second round. So other than that, nothing really jumps out there. They drafted a kicker.
Trey Smack.
I
like that. That would have been nice on the back of the Raiders.
Hey, smack for a 50-yarder. He smacked it out the mark.
For 60.
Yeah,
Man, that's crazy. I would like that. Hopefully he gets cut. Sorry, but
we get him.
We'll trade you for Gay. We'll give you guys Gay. Let's get Smack.
Yeah, okay. We gonna trade you Gay for some drugs, Smack.
Yeah, for some Smack. Sorry, YouTube, not the real Smack. Not the, you know what I'm saying.
Not that. Sorry, YouTube. Apologies. Let's see. They got to beat my Texans, so they win. DI. They got a guard. Nobody really. They got Kamari Ramsey from USC. He was okay at USC. That's why he was late. He was all right. Nobody really jumped out the ball apart from me there. Let's see who else we got next. Colts. Finally ended what they did. They went defense too. They drafted 3 edge rushers. 3. My God. 3 edge rushers. That's what they drafted. Who stands out is Curry. I think he's gonna be a monster in this league.
Yes,
he's gonna be a monster in this league.
Caden Curry.
Hey, good morning, Raider Nation. How you doing, bro?
So with
You said great draft. I agree with you. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Oh, they got Deion Burks. Damn it. That's a late. I was hoping we'd get him late too, but he got drafted. Damn it.
Well, we drafted it was going to be for him, so apparently they didn't want him.
Yeah. He's not. He doesn't have size, but he has. I think he was like a 4'2", something, 40.
What's I going to say? Yeah, well, we don't need small guys. We got small guys. Remember a couple years ago, we had the lollipop guild on the Raider staff of receivers. Everybody's under 5'9", so I'm tired of small guys. So
here, man, I'll take this one. I want you to drop that one. Give me that. You take this one.
They made me nervous not picking up a nose tackle in the first, like Crawford until they made Tyree trade. Yeah, I don't know if you came in late when I said when I talked to Jason Friday night. When he was like huffing and puffing about the edge we got a lot of edges. I told him very confident. I said, dude.
I was like, edge is not a need. I was like, we got hella edge rushers right now. I'm like, we need this. We need that.
When I tell you the phone, I said, what? What did I say?
And Chris Jadamas here said, he's like, you never know. He said, we might trade Tyree Wilson tomorrow.
I said we might. I didn't say might. I said we will trade Tyree Wilson. I said they probably will. Yeah, you're right. They probably will trade Tyree Wilson. And next day.
Yeah. As soon as it did, I thought of him. I said, oh shit. I said, Chris for Raiders for GM. Let's go.
Jacksonville got a D+. How do you get a D+?
That's kind of crazy too, because I actually thought they had a pretty good draft, though. Because I like Pregnon was one of the ones that got away too.
Yeah, that was the highest draft pick. They got a Pregnon. Yeah, I've been a good pick, but what they pick him at that?
Damn, they gave them.
88. But they got a D+.
That's crazy. That's like, well, at least we ain't got to worry about them this year. Huh? Let's team in the way.
So, well, okay. I said nobody on that list besides Pegnon jumps out at me.
Yeah.
D+, huh? That's pretty hard. And rivals, Kansas City.
Ooh,
They went defense.
Yeah, they got Emmett Johnson. I was mad about that one too because they already got fucking. I'm sorry, Walt Walker. Oh, they got Nussmeier too. That's crazy.
The last pick, yeah.
That is wild.
He was like what? 49, yeah. He was like the 6th to the last pick in the draft. And they was talking about on Bleacher Report I was watching, is he gonna get drafted? He might not. I wish he wouldn't get drafted. Maybe we could have grabbed him.
Yeah.
Hey,
No.
they got a beat. So, but you know what they did? Their best pick was Delane, which they moved up to get.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that. Even Chief High Smoke said it like, they moved up to get this guy.
And even the guy we got, Gerard McCoy, they said is honestly without injury would have been better than him.
He said he'd been a top 15 pick if he wasn't an injury.
Yeah,
I believe that. Hey, look at this team.
This team right here.
I don't know about this team. A minus? What? Get out of here.
Damn, it looked good in full.
The way you felt Friday night, you probably got an F.
Yeah, from Fernando, because I was like, okay, we got that one. That was a no-brainer. The Fernando, then we got the safety. I was like, okay, I can see it, but there was other people. And then when we went K-Ron Crawford, I said, what are we doing? And it just kind of trickled down.
Now, the way you felt Friday, we don't have the F.
Yeah, I was like, what I say? 2 wins? I said 2 wins max, if that.
You said that. I said, then I said, yeah, okay, well, 2 wins. We win 2 wins this year. That means probably number one pick next year.
Hey, good thing I didn't bet that 1,000, huh?
Oh yeah, I told you. Yeah. So I told on the phone last night. I told Jason. I said, "You want to put 1,000? Well, you say 2 wins. Why don't you go to Vegas, put $1,000 on 2 wins, and then you make a bunch of money."
That'd be crazy. I would have lost too.
So we got A minus.
Yeah.
Okay. Because a lot of analysts say the Rams actually did good in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like you
We're
said,
young. We're a young team now.
Yeah, McCoy is going to be a hit and miss. If he recovers from the the surgery he's going to have and everything else involved with that,
yeah,
it's going to be a hell of a dude.
Wouldn't that be so great though? Like he makes it through, and we get because like him, I heard a lot of people talking about Porter, like of other teams, and then the people that from the Bleacher Report were also talking about Porter maybe being bumped out. But I'm like, damn, I thought Porter kind of did okay, to at least give him a chance to have a one side of the field. Because Stokes, we know is going to be one, and then I thought Porter would have been that other side. You know what I mean? But they're saying, I don't know. They're saying that Porter's not as good as we think he will be.
Well, we'll see how this knee works out and everything else. Because, they explained what it's about. It sounds nasty, but sometimes they to us, because most of us, but a lot of us are not professional, like doctors and specialists that do stuff like that. So to us, it sounds bad. It might not be as bad as we think it was, like with Max Crosby. Oh, it's not as bad as you think it is. It just sounds bad to us, especially those who had surgery know what it is. I never had surgery, anything like that.
Yeah.
But then again, we don't know. Just like with Malcolm Kuntz, we knew how bad it was. And then he said sometimes it takes a year to recover from an ACL.
Yeah.
So that's why he wasn't at his best last year. This year, he should be fully recovered. He should be a beast, a monster.
Yeah, and they said the ACL part was good. They said that was healing on time. It was just that replacement, that could be tricky. And it's like they said, it doesn't have to be now, but they said at some point, for one, he's going to have it, and then there's a possibility if he does have it that it could jeopardize his career. So
yeah, So the 101 and 122 picks are my favorite picks.
120, yeah, I'd say 122. Well, I had to look K-Ron Crawford, and I liked, like I said, he wants to be here. That's the one thing, he wants to be a Raider. So that's why, I appreciate that pick, because I didn't really know too much about him out of everybody. And
that's the one
here. Yeah.
Maybe there in the quarter. Exactly, Raider. Exactly. See, let's go to the next guys. Here we got Los Angeles Chargers Chargers. B.
Sorry ass Chargers.
They took Jay
They
Slaughter.
got some good picks though.
And I told you, I watched Jay Slaughter like a monster and beast, but I would have took him if we didn't get Lindenbaum.
Yeah. I mean, I would say like how you said for remember we were talking about the guy, the center guard. So I would have took Jake Slaughter to be the back, Lindenbaum's kind of, backup. And that's why I was like, damn, we got them. We passed by Slaughter. You know what I'm saying? Like, but yeah, I get it.
We didn't pass him by.
Yeah. Oh no, we did. We passed Slaughter in the second.
Oh no, we didn't. Oh yeah, we did. We got
because Slaughter could have been a guard.
Yeah, we
just
got
like we bumped him to guard. Like Slaughter could have been a backup, pretty much like a starter or probably guard on that line too.
Well, no, we didn't pass him up because they drafted before we did. Our second pick was we got the guy the safety.
Yeah, remember we traded 60 for 36 for 30, but then see that's the third round pick. They got 60. That was 63. Or wait, how much of it? Or is it still second round?
That's second round. What are you talking about? That's second round.
It's 36.
No, that's third round.
Oh yeah, very beginning probably third.
Yeah, it's being third round. You're right. So yeah.
Oh yeah, because we did 67.
Yeah, they picked him anyway. They picked him before we did.
Yeah.
Don't matter.
Hey, you never know. That could have been if maybe he got picked.
Well, they didn't bring him in, so they barely won. And my old Rams got to see they only had 2, 4, 5 picks.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
And
CJ Daniels though, that's good.
look at what it says. Look at what said the highest graded pick was a tackle Tross from Missouri. Not Ty Simpson.
Nah, damn, that's crazy.
Because
they do need to replace what's his name though. I mean, coming up, Matt Stafford.
Might, but they probably thought picked him too early.
Yeah, that's crazy. But shit, they got him. And we'll see how it plays out because I don't know. Is he better than Stetson Bennett?
We'll soon see. I don't know.
Yeah, I would kind of say so.
But like I said, you can see the head coach was not happy.
Mm-hmm.
He was not happy. I'm like, whoa. And Miami Dolphins got a B+. They had a bunch of picks in this draft. They went crazy. Let's see. Anybody there stands out? Chris Johnson, one that stands out. I got one of him, but he went number 27.
The Dolphins, just Proctor, Johnson, Jacob Rodriguez went. Chris Bell, God dang it, they kind of hit Trey Moore.
They kind of got the guys that I really wanted.
Yeah, Kevin Coleman, I liked him. I was hot when they got him. Yeah, but everybody else,
Everybody else, man. Yeah, but they took Chris Johnson, who I thought we should get, but he went 27, couldn't get him.
Yeah,
Jacob Rodriguez, we could have got him, but they didn't. I thought they said a linebacker room was good. They want something else. Caleb Douglas, yeah. So they got a couple picks that I wish we would have got, but they got them. Good luck.
Oh, I forgot. So I was gonna say they didn't get quarterbacks either, but I forgot they still got Quentin Ewers from Texas too.
Yeah, Quentin
Ewers
got
last year,
and they got Malik. Yeah, so
yeah.
Let's see here. Minnesota Vikings got a C.
That's crazy.
They got Caleb Banks, which I will let to have, but he went 18, so so be it.
Agent Orange.
Yeah. Let's see. Anybody else there? Nobody really sticks out.
The big citrus, that's it.
No. Yeah, nobody sticks out. Let's see. Let's go. New England got a C+. And once again, nobody's on that list that sticks out to me.
Yeah. Lomo, I thought he was, cool, but I don't know. He's kind of a little sus. He gives me Wilkins vibes a little bit.
Who?
Caleb Lomo. I seen his they were showing him dancing at the thing. I was like, oh, I don't know if I want my tackle to be, a little spicy.
Yeah, they had a good draft. They got a lot of picks, so yeah, they had a good draft.
Yeah, Jam Miller, your boy Jam Miller.
That's a nice name, Jam.
Yeah.
And they got that quarterback Morton for Texas Raiders. Okay.
I'm not from Texas. I was a Red Raider.
And see here, New Orleans got a B. They took Tyson, which I thought he's a good pick, but I thought that was kind of early.
They had some good picks too.
But Tyson,
they got Styles. We're the ones that got Styles Jr., the brother.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they took Tyson, and I thought it was kind of early, but, so be it. Lorenzo Styles, the safety. Yeah, they got him, yeah.
Yeah. Christian Miller. Bryce Lane.
Christian Miller been a good pickup for us, too, but they took him. So they got Bryce Lance as the highest rated guys on their draft board. He went number 136.
Nice.
North Dakota Bison.
Nice.
Let's see. Murray Johnson got an A. They did
pretty good. They did really
good,
actually.
Yeah. They got Alvaro Reese, which I think they're going to take.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the other guy better. So, that's my opinion. They got Muwago. I'm saying that name wrong, excuse me. Malik Fields, I thought we had a chance to get him, but they got him.
Yeah.
So they did pretty good.
Yeah, that's a pretty good draft.
Let's see. Getting out to Indiana. The Jets did a good draft too. They got A-.
New Orleans is going for the number 1 pick.
They took Ed Bailey, which is there, and they took your boy Pons.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's where Pons went.
And Omar Cooper. They took both in the Hoosiers.
Oh, that's cool. They get to battle each other again. Battle each other in camp. And they got Sadiq. Hey, the Jets actually had a good draft.
They did. A-. They had a good draft.
Yeah, they picked up Darnell Jackson too in the middle. So that'll replace what's the name that they sent to Williams, that they sent to Dallas. Kenyon Sadiq was supposed to be a dog. And, of course, I know we got tight ends, but of course I was, I wouldn't have minded. But we're good in that field. But.
Yeah, especially how high he went. I think they have more needs at 16 than they
get. Yeah, definitely.
Well, he went a first round, so he only had that was a pick they got for the trade with the Colts. So we wouldn't have got him if we wanted him. Unless we traded, and I don't think us trading for another tight end when we got Brock Bowers and a few other guys would have been smart.
Yeah, Michael Mayer. I'm pretty sure this is his last year to kind of prove it.
But Philadelphia would surprise me. They traded up to get McKee Lemon.
Yeah, which so there's a story behind that. Pittsburgh was pretty much had already made the call to Lemon saying that they got him. And what's the name? Philly swooped in. They kind of prematurely called Pittsburgh. They prematurely called, and then Philly swung in and got him.
What? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was great. There's a story on YouTube about it too. Just say, I think it's like a Pittsburgh mishap with Lemon. Yeah, because they were going to get him, and then Philly pulled the move.
Pull a gank move on, like we're gonna take him.
Yeah, which I think, now he's in a no pressure situation because, like he doesn't have to be that guy, but he can easily be sprinkled in and be an instant, weapon for Jalen Hurts. Like a possession, like a real possession guy, like a go-to, because him and what's his name, AJ Green, are kind of not, for some reason not on the same page. So this will kind of be a new start, getting some chemistry going again in Philly. For USC guys, he's pretty good though.
It's all right. Pittsburgh got a C. They didn't do really nothing I didn't expect. They did draft Drew Allar.
Yeah, which is wild.
Hometown boy. So Penn State.
They got my boy Dunker. They got Dalen Everett too. Oh, and they got Ignore. That's the tackle. That's the number one guy I wanted was Ignore. That's a nasty dude right there, boy. Like he will block you all the way till after the play. You know what I mean? Like he's one of those. Like he's gonna stay into you. There ain't no taking no, but they got a good one there.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, like I said, I look at the picks that they got, those little first rounders. We couldn't get those guys we wanted to. But yeah, I think you're saying.
Yeah, he was that one.
Nobody jumps out me. That was the only one jumps out then. Yeah.
Yeah, nobody in their later ones. I see why they got the C plus because like they hit in the first 4. Oh no, first 5. Because I wanted Dunker as a guard. He would have been nasty. And Dalen Everett would have been cool. Yeah, Bernard. But yeah, Ignore or Inacor or Hinacor or something.
Well, you'll get a phone call. He says, "Don't butcher my name, motherfucker."
No, it's.
I said, "Mother, watch it." And dropped a fullback from Navy.
That's to replace what they gave us.
We got special guests coming in as soon as he's ready. Yeah. Hey, look at the 49ers. They got a D.
Oh man. Dang, that sucks.
Why? I thought you hit the 49ers.
Hey, that's why I silently.
I know Jack Kenna does. Not sure Jack Kenna ain't said nothing yet.
Oh yeah.
I know
The one that got me that they got was Grayson Hoffman. And Kalen Black too. It was crazy.
What's this? The Raiders failed to bring in the quarterback with a completely different skill set. They brought in a couple of UDFAs good, so we'll see how they work out. So we'll see. I already went to the UDFA list. I'm not going through it again.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll
So
see.
Sawyer Robertson's the closest thing to a mobile one we got now, guys. Yeah.
Niner fans not happy. Yeah, that's my watch. You're a Niner fan. Did you see a draft? I don't care about
And
that.
I love it.
You say I don't care about that. Who you pick up? Well, you don't care about it, then what? So I told you I can't will love it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I love it. I wish it was there. But I respect, I'll plead the fifth. Come here.
Where did Jalen Daniels go? I don't know where did Jalen Daniels go. I didn't see him on the list.
Jalen Daniels.
Maybe he's down a little below. We'll find him.
Is that the one from Miami?
So nobody on the list jumps out besides Caden Black. That's it. That's the only person that I see. And maybe Duggar.
Yeah.
Duggar and Caden Black is the only person that I had a problem with us taking them, but apparently we didn't. So it is what it is. Seahawks got a C minus.
Yeah.
And they drafted the guy behind Jalen Love. Price was a good running back, but after losing Kenneth Walker, they had to go to a running back.
Mm-hmm.
They had no choice. And plus, they got their last pick in the draft, so they got what they can get. Nobody really sticks out there.
Yeah, Julian Neal's the only one. Oh, Bud Clark, the safety. But other than that, nobody.
What's up
Stevens
with the Raiders? Chris, what the F? Where have you been? I've been here. I've just been taking a break for a while. Now I'm getting in full swing. So, yeah, welcome to the show, bro. Appreciate it. And look at that. We got Mr. Cider in the building. Hey, what's up, Cider? Welcome to the show, man. Let's see. What we got? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just going through the grades. We already talked about things, but anything you guys want to talk about, just bring us up. We have somebody coming in, but he's not in yet. I'm going to bring him in. He might be on. He might be in. Yeah, hey, what's up, Eric? Can you hear me?
Hey, what's good, fam? Blessings to everybody, man.
Blessing you, too. We're going through the grades right quick. I'm going to ask your opinion about what you think about the draft. See, so Buccaneers got B+. They got Ruben Bain, which I figure he'll go early. Buccaneers still going. They got Joshua Trotter. Joshua Trotter. His dad played for the Steelers. Nobody there really stands out.
Ted Hurst. Is that the Mike Evans replacement right there? Ted Hurst?
Yeah, it has to be. So he's a big guy, so that's probably what it is. Tennessee Titans got a B minus. It took her on 10 number 4. That blew me away. Like, huh? Why at 4? But I guess they want to get award some help on wide receiving edge, and then they went halfback Nicholas Singleton. I thought he was pretty good. Let's see, B minus for Tennessee Titans. A minus for the Commanders. They got Sonny Styles. Good for them. Yeah, Antonio Williams. Yeah.
Katron Allen. I liked him as a running back.
Yeah, it was good. He won 187. I'm happy with the running back we got.
Yeah, we definitely won on that.
I think that was it. So those are the picks, the grades. We got an A minus. The lowest grade was a D. And that went to the 49ers. And I think someone else got a D too. But anyway. All right, so that's it for that. Hey, so what's up, Twan? What do you think about the draft?
Overall, excuse my voice, man. I did 6 lives in 3 days. And I lost my voice in day 3. And it wasn't just because I was talking a whole bunch on the live, but day 3 was the one that for me was the most exciting of our draft.
Exactly.
But overall, not to give all the bullets, but a few bullets. I think our draft makes sense, and that's what you want every year. Coming out the draft, no matter who we draft, personnel wise, does it make sense? And one of the bigger ones that, to kind of drive the situation home, if you allow me a few moments, is the Tyree situation. Drafting Kieron Crawford, I hated it. But then when the next day we find out that Tyree was getting shipped out, it goes back to what I said in the beginning. It made sense. You got rid of a defensive end because you brought in a defensive end, and you got value for that defensive end that pretty much was on the last year of his contract anyway. So it's making sense. Now, could have we got other things? Yes. Did we address everything? No. And that was, definitely something that I've been saying for while I've been on my soapboxes. We have so many holes on this team that it's not just going to take one, one draft to do, to clean up everything that we have. So this round, I think, again, for us, it just makes sense. And that's it. I can keep going, but I'll just leave it as that.
So like I told Jason, he felt the same way you did Friday night, because he was actually yelling at me like I stole his watch. Like, you calm down. I said, what this means that what happened. Tyree Wilson is gone, and the reason I say that is because they got until May 1st to extend him or as a free agent. And for finally, like that Derek Carr situation we had a few years ago, remember how that worked out? He walked out and we got nothing for it. This year, they let they trade Tyree Wilson, and we got at least got a pick out of it. So they didn't waste no time. They drafted the guy they knew they was going to do it. They probably didn't talk anyway about this. That's why they drafted the guy. They're probably talking to teams about who wants Tyree Wilson. You can give us a 6th round pick. And there it is. So that's why I told us that before the trade even happened, they're probably going to trade him. So,
I mean, we could be bummed out because ultimately, you gave up a 1st round pick for pretty much what I'm calling, you know what I'm saying? We went through COVID, right? And we got there, you know, most of us got the COVID shot, but then, you know, after the COVID shot, you got the booster, right? That was a booster. It wasn't even the COVID shot that we got in return for, you know what I'm saying, for what we got for Tyree. Literally, we gave up a pick to move up, you know what I'm saying, with Tyree to get, you know what I'm saying? It was a booster. It wasn't necessarily like, oh yeah, we got our third pick and we're good with that, straight up. But ultimately, a first round pick that didn't really get the footing that we, you know, expected from him, we got something out of it. And, you know, that's been one of the biggest things that I've been saying in regards to any of our players that leave this team. We don't get the value for them, or we don't get any value for them, or the value that we do get for them, it wasn't even, you know what I'm saying? You know, it wasn't even what I think good value. I'll say it like that. You know, I'm thinking about like players like Darren Waller. The value that we got for Darren Waller wasn't good value. You know, like you said, Derek Carr.
We got nothing for him.
You know what I'm saying? You know, stuff like that. So, yeah, expiring contract. You know, pretty much the writing was on the wall. It wasn't like we were going to retain him in any way.
No.
Do your best to get something out of it. And, you know, I'm glad that they were able to do that. Now, the reports, I don't know if you heard this, but the reports that came out in regards to that Tyree situation was that deal was set early in the morning. So that means that when they drafted Keyron Crawford, after they drafted Keyron Crawford, Spytech was on the phone that night, you know what I'm saying, trying to iron it out and trying to shop it and trying to deal it. So, you know, whatever morning time it was, that they were already in the mindset of getting rid of Tyree after they drafted, you know, after Keyron Crawford, in their opinion, landed to them at that pick. I forgot. I on the top of my head, I forgot what number it is at Keyron Crawford, but whatever pick that was, they already kind of had in the mindset, let's go ahead and start shopping Tyree at that point. So that's the timeline.
I had said in mock drafts and pre-drafts and all that stuff, I had said I would take a 6th rounder for him just to get him out of the building, because we knew he wasn't there. You know, he had all the time in the world, almost 4 years to develop, and he didn't. He didn't change his style. He just did one thing: bull rush. Well, you said he was pick number 67, so he was a 3rd round pick.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris knew Friday, Twan, that this was going down. I think he gave Spytech the word, because, you know, he literally called it Friday night after my meltdown. Chris said Tyree Wilson will be gone tomorrow, and then, well, you know what I mean?
No, and that's great, because again, the reason why I hated, and I don't want to say, because I'll just quiet as kept, Crawford is a family name. So anytime a family name comes over to the Raiders, I'm excited about it in that aspect. But the player wise, I was like, man, that when I looked at our roster, our DEs, defensive ends or edges, however you want to call it, that's a loaded room. Not saying like uber talent in that room, but number wise, there's like 5 or 6 defensive ends before we added Crawford to that room. So I'm like, somebody in that room is getting cut, regardless. So that's what made it frustrating for me, because I'm like, why are we adding to a room that is already, 53-man roster loaded already? You know what I'm saying? So to get, like I said, to get some value off of someone that's pretty much one of the 6 was going to get cut. You know what I'm saying? We didn't know specifically who it was. It could have been Kuntz. Because to be honest with you, my personal opinion, I think Tyree produced better last year than what Kuntz did. So, you know what I'm saying? If you ask me in that aspect, I would have been like, okay, maybe Kuntz got cut. But yeah, there was going to be a cut there, but at least they tried to get something out of whoever that was. You know what I'm saying? And who knows? And who knows if, you know, we're so on, you know, so fixed on Tyree getting cut. Who knows if Kuntz wasn't one of the guys that was in that discussion with the Saints, but the Saints was like, nah, we don't want Kuntz, we want Tyree.
Which is crazy too,
right?
I think that Tyree was the only one on the shop block. If they wanted something else for him, another player, the Reds wasn't giving that up, because you got to remember that the Reds did sign to another 1-year contract. If they didn't want Kuz on the team, they would not have signed him. So I don't think he was part of the deal. Kuz was getting better towards the end of the year, because like I said, ACL too. I said this earlier. It takes a while. I never had them. I know people who did. And one of the guys I do know, he had an ACL tear 3 years ago, and he's still not walking right. You know, it takes time for it to heal. So he was still healing up, getting better. And he got better towards the end. So that's why I decided to bring him back for 1 more year. Give him a $1 million pay cut, but he's still getting paid. So I don't think he was on a trade block. They wanted to get rid of Tyree Wilson. Either they're going to cut him, but they say, you know what? Let's see if we can get something out of this deal. That's exactly what they did.
And the 4th-year option too, guys, too, because remember, he was a first-round pick. So
his 5th year is coming up May 1st. They had to either sign him by May 1st or on May 1st, or he becomes a free agent where he can go anywhere he want to go. And then we lose out on a first-round pick that didn't do anything for us jack crap.
Yeah. So the Saints basically get that option now. They get that extra year option of whatever they, you know, choose to do. So that's, I think, why he was more appealing than the Kuntz deal was, because for one, it was more money.
They didn't want to get rid of Kuntz. They wouldn't have resigned it. They were like, because he's a free agent, they could let him walk.
Mm-hmm. I get that, but I think also at the same time, because Kuntz has a bigger value, you know, bigger dollar amount to his name, but it's still a 1-year contract. So if you can get, you know, it's almost like a sign and trade. You can sign a player and then trade them off. You know what I'm saying? Just as that. And you know, if we were and maybe I'm in the mindset of if we were okay with getting rid of Max Crosby, then anybody could go. So
that's everybody. There's nobody safe on it. On this rated team with this rated regime, nobody's safe. Nobody's safe. I mean, even Kirk Cousins not safe. They didn't sign whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I don't count the rookies because they have a chance to prove themselves. But I'm talking the other veterans. There's nobody on this roster that's safe. They can go at any given time. If the regime feel like, what are we paying you for? You're not doing what we want you to do. Bye. So, you know, even Kuntz, you can trade later on in the season. You can get traded during mid-season. We don't know. But for now, they're keeping him to see what he got.
Yeah. And if other teams are smart, they'll just wait for Kuntz, because it's another 1-year deal. He'll either shine on our team and we'll re-sign him to a deal, or we'll let him go and then somebody can just pick him up next year. So it's easy for them to just stay, not touch him now, and then just wait till he's a free agent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because then I obligated him extension because he wasn't the high pick. So then I obligated him extension. They could either like I said, sign and trade.
Yeah.
It's still that window opportunity. They still can't do that.
Yeah.
So they're gonna look around. But the one guy said we had good EDF pickups. We did. And speaking of EDFAs, they brought in another defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, I see what they're doing. Like you said, nobody's safe. You got some competition on this damn field. If you don't perform, you can say goodbye. Say bye to your paycheck. Because I don't think the Raiders are playing around anymore. Now Spytek got a full year as being a GM. Now he got his people in the building that he wanted. Now they can actually do some work. And the work they did in the draft I think was outstanding. A lot of people didn't agree with it because everybody wanted the shiny new toys. Okay, we got one new toy. Let's play with that one. Then that said, pause, you need to. We played that toy, let them work it out. And then the rest of the guys are needs. I mean, the quarterback was a need, but we signed Kirk Cousins. But the rest are needs that we needed. Wasn't the shiny toys we wanted, but what we asked for. We asked for some offensive line. We got one. We want to guard. We need some cornerback help. We got them. We got a bunch of them. I think we signed like 3 in the UDFA. How many was it? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we signed some UDFAs. So it's like they're not finished. Just because the draft is over doesn't mean they're finished.
Yeah. Hey, Jason, did you have a question? I might have cut you off earlier.
Oh no, that's all good. It's probably nothing important anyway.
Oh, okay.
No, I just damn. Oh well, Hits Boy. He had pretty much the same comment I said about the 5th-year option. Because I was gonna say that's what made it a juicier deal. Pretty much was the 5th-year option.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. The person bring up a good point, and I brought that up earlier. If you look at our draft in Phillies, ours look more like they have looked in recent years. This draft has Brandon Hunt. Exactly. I said it earlier. I don't know if you're here for that. I said you look at what's going on. Last year, Brandon Hunt came in after everything's all settled, after Spytek got here. And we had used Pete Carroll's or the prior regime scouting department. After all that fiasco, they got rid of those guys and got Brandon Hunt, who runs the scouting department. And look what it did. Look exactly what the Philadelphia was doing back in the day. And you saw what Philadelphia did. They were winning games with Super Bowl, even won one. Not saying we're going to win one. We will eventually one day, before our leave this earth. But you saw what happened in this draft. They got players of needs that fills the gap, that fills the style of football we're going to start playing next year. We didn't draft a guy because he did in college. He might not fit the scheme that we're going to run. So why pick up a guy in the draft that doesn't fit our style of play? It makes no sense. They put guys that this style we want. And they also pick guys who wanted to be here. Would you say that? Which guy wanted to be here?
Yeah.
Robert wanted to be here.
Yeah, he actually, in the call, there's a mention about pretty much it coming full circle, and then like him wanting to be, a Raider, and I was like, I love that, man. Like, I there's nothing I want more than a talented player being here, than a talented player that wants to be here. You know what I'm saying? Because it means when you put on that jersey, it means something, and you represent that. Not only the name on the front, but the name on the back. You know what I'm saying? So happy for that.
You gonna say something?
No, I just think there's some interesting things that I've been diving into and looking at in regards to Spytek and stuff like that. And I think last year we have to consider that a wash.
Yeah,
that really wasn't Spytek. I think there was a lot of politics that was involved last year, to where now, I say a lot of things casually, but when I say we got a GM that's actually being a GM, like that's exactly what's going on. Is last year we didn't have that because there was a lot of caution tape for this GM to do what he really wanted to do for the team, in year one. Now his year two, he's more free. He's able to do, all he has to do now is deal with Mr. Telephone Man, and Mr. Telephone Man ain't really doing much for him anyway. That's Tom Brady for those that don't know. But yeah, So now we're seeing who he is and what he looks for.
Mhm.
And if you're diving deep into what we have on the roster, the picks that we made, who he brought in, you'll start to pick up what players he'll be looking for moving forward and how he moves as a GM. But GMs usually don't change their stripes. Who they are or who they are. And when you figure out who they are, then just get used to that. Get used to spy tech, you know what I'm saying, doing something crazy, trading back in the second day and getting real nasty in day 3. That's going to be kind of his MO. And don't be surprised. Again, how many picks did we have? 10 picks. And he did a whole lot of movement. And guess what? What did we end up with?
We still had 10 picks.
We got value, but we still got 10 picks. And
Yeah.
and what GM have we had in the past that was able to you know what I'm saying, do the electric slide, you know what I'm saying, go up, go back, go left and right, and still get it done.
Yeah.
So
as many times, like you said, as we moved up was crazy, and still have 10 picks is pretty amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, he took picks and he moved up a couple of picks, and that's what he did. He saw a guy that was still there. Let's move up. But he didn't move up so drastically where he went from, traded this like early pick to another team for a guy. Like, why did you do that? Like what Kansas City did the other night, give all those picks up to move to get one guy. I like, yeah. I mean, they probably saw value in him. That's on them, but we didn't do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And let's keep it in perspective too. The Kansas City Chiefs can afford to do that. The teams like that, they can't afford to F those picks. You know what I'm saying? And I hate to say it because I got to take off my Raider cap. The Chiefs are a playoff team, so all they need is a couple of pieces. You know what I'm saying? But for us, we need every pick we got and maybe even more. You know what I'm saying? So for Spy Tech to move, like I said, to move the way he did, you know what I'm saying? We gave up a 7th-round pick for last year, but who's tripping on a 7th-round pick for last year to move up, you know what I'm saying? In one situation, like who's really worried about that? But he still stayed true to the 10 picks that we had because again, we needed as many bullets as we could, you know what I'm saying, in that gun.
Yeah, like you said, we haven't got to that point yet. We'll like what Philadelphia did. Did Philadelphia start drafting while they were a winning organization? They drafted for depth and everything else. We haven't got to that yet, that point. So that they can take their picks and move them around like, well, we really don't need a defensive tackle. We got some good ones. We can go somewhere else and get something else. Or we can trade picks and get more picks, or we can trade and whatever. We haven't got to that stage yet. I give this year actually his first year.
Mm-hmm.
Spy Tech's first year as a GM. Last year was like you said, politics, battle struggle. Because Pete Carroll wanted to run everything. He ended up Spy Tech do his job, I don't think. Because there was a word that Spy Tech really didn't want to draft Gentry. He wanted to trade for some more picks. He actually wanted to trade for more picks. But Pete Carroll's so adamant against Gentry, then you know what, whatever, we'll draft him. So I'm glad he did, but now because Pete Carroll's hired right after Spy Tech a couple of days later. That was a Spy Tech pick for head coach. That was a radar. That was a Mark Davis pick for head coach. But this year, Spy Tech picked the head coach. He picked the defensive coordinator. He picked the offensive line coach. Well, that offensive line coach came from Kubiak. But he let Kubiak, he probably sat around and said, Kubiak, what do we need? What do you want? And he laid it out to him, plan. And then what do a real GM do? Listen to their head coach. Not listen to their ego or their son last year, but listen to their head coach. What do you need to build this team? And what did Kubiak says? We need to build defense up. He didn't say offense. That's what I said. He didn't say offense. He said we build defense up. First thing, first step. And that's how Seattle won Super Bowl. Their defense was outstanding. They had the fewest points scored against them in all the NFL. That's how they won. And I was talking with Jason, like, well, they want to build defense up. Jason said, yeah, but we need offense. We can score 30 minutes. Yeah, you're right. But we'll get the offense together. The defense is what we got worried about. We need help in the back end. Got help in the back end. We need help. We help on the defensive line. Got that. So there we go.
I think that's why it's so frustrating for like a lot of Raider Nation too, is because, like you said, this isn't going to be done in one draft, right? So for us, we need every pick to hit. You know, there's so much pressure on us because we've not drafted well in the past. So it's just the extra pressure. But like I said, if you look at it as this year, let us just get the team together. Let's put the pieces in place. We're not going to hit the ground running, you know, where it's like, okay, we're just going to plug these guys in and we're going to win, you know, 11, 12 games. No, we got to put the places in. He's got to see what he has on the team first. That's this year. He's got to put the pieces that he sees in the right place, and they all have to mesh and timing and all that good stuff that comes with working with each other. And so that's not going to happen in 1 year where we're clicking, we're 12 wins in, you know what I'm saying? It's going to take some time, but we just, as a fan base, we got to be patient, man. I know we've seen a lot of losing, a lot of, you know, seasons in a row, but this is different, man. Like it is, we are actually doing things the right way. He's got 5 years to do this. Kubiak's got a 5-year contract. This year is probably going to be the worst that it looks. You know what I mean? Things will get better as we go forward, but we just have to be patient and understand where we really are at. We were the worst team in the league last year. I mean, yes, we can turn it around for worst to first, but let's be realistic. We are at this point the worst team in our division. You know what I mean? So we got to get better. Like we just have to keep plugging in, keep getting better. And then, I mean, we're a couple years removed from sweeping the Broncos every damn year. But the last couple of years, we've hit that hard point. So we're not that far away because you see how they went from sorry to, you know, damn near in the Super Bowl last year. So we just got to keep building, keep stacking, keep adding talent.
You know, that took them 3 years.
Yeah. And I want to see where we are this time next year, after next year's draft. Then I'll be able to say, okay, you know, let's go for this play. You know, let's go for these playoffs now. Let's, you know, because I mean, it's going to be a lot more less where it's like need. Like this year, we needed a quarterback. We needed a safety. We need, you know, we needed an RB2. We need a number one receiver. Next year, we don't have to say quarterback next year. We don't have to focus on a quarterback next year. We can focus on tackles. We can focus on D-tack. Whatever we need, we can now move down the list. But for 20 years, we've needed a quarterback. You know what I'm saying? And we've danced around it, tried to finesse and all that. But now we're doing
put a Band-Aid on it. That's all we're doing, bandages. We'll just take him for now and see what he can do. No, we need a quarterback. And now they finally drafted one. Like, not saying that he's going to start day one. God, we don't know what's going to happen. But there's to say that he's going to sit for a little while. Now, if he goes in training camp, OTAs, and all that stuff, and beats out Kirk Cousins and starts, more power to him, great. But for right now, Kirk Cousins look like might be the starter, but Kirk Cousins said, hey, I'm not asked to be starter. I want the best person out there.
Yeah, that means he's going to start because he took this job before, you know what I mean? So he knows what it takes. And that was as a rookie, you know what I'm saying? So, like, this is a veteran Kirk Cousins now. So if he was able to do that as a, you know, I know bar B injury, but I think it's a smart thing to kind of let him cook because Mendoza needs to see what it looks like to see a pro do it. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, there's no reason to really thrust him in and just get him creamed for no reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, he has to see it done by a professional. And with Kurt and Tom, you got a double. You got double QBs in your ear telling you, you know, getting you better. That's why I say it's not going to take long. It's just I would like to see it maybe 2 to 4 games of Kirk Cousins just to let him get the ropes, let him see mistakes, let him see, how to learn off these things, and then put him in there, maybe week 5, 6, something like that after the bye, something like that. But let him get the basics. Let Kirk and let Tom, really get him, tuned up and get him, settled. Because we want him to be the best version of himself. And you know what I'm saying? Like if the NFL's fast, man, it's gonna take him a minute to get that game speed.
I agree with everything you said, Jason, and I'm gonna leave it there because I ain't trying to hurt nobody's feelings today.
Oh, here we go.
He said, "Here we go."
No, I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just saying ditto because I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings because I think some people have a misconception of who we got and the where that player is for us.
So
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, so I'm looking at the running back room: Chris Collier, Genty, Lobby, and Mike Washington. How many running backs think we're going to keep?
Plus the fullback, I would say 5.
That's
Maybe.
5. That's 5 right there.
Yeah, because I don't think Lobby.
You talking about 5 on the roster?
Well, he's counting the fullback too.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'd say Lobby will probably go practice squad, and then they'll have Hemby, Washington, Genty, and then the fullback.
Well,
That's what I would.
You got Chris Collier there too.
Chris would have to go. I'm sorry, but
yeah,
it's cool because we didn't have nobody else. But now,
I don't think Chris is going to make the cut.
I don't either.
Especially what they brought in too.
Collier's on the next Spirit flight out of here, especially since they brought Hemby in here. There's no way that they brought in Mendoza's but best Bert and Ernie buddy. You know what I'm saying? And we end up cutting Hemby. Unless Hemby just is completely that horrible. But I highly doubt that based on his production last year.
And he was a great pass blocker. That's what they're looking at. He was a great pass blocker for. They watched some highlights. He was hitting those blitzing linebackers and safeties and he even took out an offensive lineman. I was like, damn. So he's a good pass blocker.
And it also confirms what I was saying in regards to those 2 running backs. Obviously, who I thought was the better running back was actually the better running back, and it was Black.
Yeah, he went early. But I still say because people were talking about that Mike Washington, and I saw highlights on him. Guy's fast, guy's big. 6 feet, 233 pounds. So he's not a small back, but he's big and he's fast. So when they picked him up, I was happy with that. That's one of my favorite picks of the draft. Because we said we need running backs.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say someone said they won't keep 5, but you got to count the fullback too. The fullback's one of the backs too. And then plus, they run like a 3 running back system at least. You know what I mean? That's what they ran in Seattle. So, you know what I mean? It's not just gonna be Genty and Mike. They're gonna have multiple running backs doing different things.
Yeah.
So what? My opinion, there's going to be 4 on the roster, and then they might have 1 on the practice squad just to kind of have a safety net. You're going to have 3 traditional running backs and then your fullback. So right now it's probably going to be Genty, Washington, and then most likely Hemby.
Yep, that's what
that's what I'm looking at.
And I said Lobby on practice squad. That's what I said.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah. Then okay. With that being said, Hemby might be on the practice squad, and then Lobby will be that last one because he is special teams. Unless, and this is where it is all in training camp, because remember, Lobby was a return guy, but we also brought in a whole bunch of wide receivers that are supposed to be our return guys. So if he gets beat out in the return game, not even coverage, but if he gets beat out in the return game, then Lobby it might be on the next Spirit flight out.
Mhm.
Yeah, because
It's not on the practice squad.
they brought in Derek Young as return guy, and he did absolutely wonders for Seattle. So they brought him in. They brought him for a reason, to be that return guy. So he's 6'2", 224. So he can be return guy. He's actually bigger than Lobby.
Yeah.
And he
And
does
then they had Mostert taking kicks too. So that's how you know we didn't have no returners or true
Nope.
returners.
Nope. So yeah, so somebody mentioned something about the wide receiver room. I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, I like, so if it's used right, because like I said, we always go Brock as our number one target, but you know, with I forgot the lineup I had, but you know, I take that back. Actually, it doesn't look too strong. You know,
What was that, Red Nation? Let me think. What you talking about?
what you think?
Oh, here we go. Well, while Kirk figures out our starters, Mendoza gets quite practice. Here's the thing. I'm gonna say this. You know, preseason. You know, Mendoza's gonna play in preseason. Kirk should play maybe 1, 2, 3 series. When he comes out, put Mendoza in, but not put him with the 2s. Put him with the 1s in preseason. Let him run with them for preseason. Let him run the 1s in training camp, so he can get a feel for the guys that are going to be on the field in case he has to go in. Because you've been with the 2s not going to be out there. Maybe one guy might be out there to substitute somebody else, but normally the 2s don't be out there. Especially on offensive line, receivers, and body running backs. They're going to be out there all the time. So I say Mendoza should play in preseason with the 1s if he's going out there and play. And then when they take him out, put the other quarterbacks in, then you put the 2s and 3s in there later on. But for right now, let him run practice with the 1s and preseason to get him fully developed so you know what he got. Because, you know, it takes that connection. You know, like, you got to see their tendencies. You got to know how Thornton going to run this pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what he does on this pattern. Okay, so I know when I throw the ball, I know where he's going to be at that given time. You know, what's Tucker going to do? Oh, I know what he's best at doing. What his speed is, how fast he runs, what his cuts are like. So he get the feel for the guys in case he have to get in there. Because if you throw him the 2s, he's not going to know what the 1s do.
Exactly. Yeah, they'll probably split those reps. That's what I said. They'll probably, because I don't like you said, I don't see them having Mendoza with the 2s because he's not gonna, you know what I'm saying? Then when he gets in, he's not gonna know, you know, his crew. So I see them probably splitting, you know. And Kirk's a professional, so he's gonna be able to do it, you know what I mean? Like he's done it on a couple of different teams, and he survived Atlanta, so you know he'll be okay.
Yeah, he survived. Yeah, exactly.
I think he'll be fine running with the 2s.
Yeah, he will be, but I'm just saying that the point he should play with the 1s too as well.
Yeah. Technically, all our wide receivers are 2s anyway. So,
hey, come on now.
Sorry, my bad. Excuse me.
No, and the reason why I say that is because I think. No, I'm not gonna say it. I'll be nice.
He said, "I'll be nice." I know I hate doing that. I hate, you know, but it's honest though, because like wide receiver wise, we don't really have anybody that like scares me. Like if I was like, you know, we're scouting for our wide receivers, who would be? I mean, Brock. Brock would be the only one. I'm like, we gotta stop Brock. We gotta, you know, do something about Brock, or he's gonna tear us up. But anybody else, I'm like, we'll take our chances. We just be physical. We just put a body on put some hands on somebody, and you know, we got this.
I'll say it like this. Don't be surprised during the season if the person that comes out when Cousins is hurt is AOC.
Yeah, there you go. The Desire said the same thing. AOC. I would be surprised at that. I would not be surprised at that because one thing, he has been in the league for a little while. He does know the speed of the game. And
exactly.
under Kubiak's system, He probably look a whole lot better than he has been with the other idiots we had. Because remember one thing, Sam Darnold is a pocket quarterback. He's not a runner. Never was a running quarterback. He never was a mobile quarterback. He was a pocket quarterback. What's AOC? A pocket quarterback.
You don't and the reason why I say about AOC, because I hate, because let's just put the elephant in the room. We know Mendoza is the future. We know Mendoza is the guy that we want to have to be our franchise quarterback for years and years to come. But in year one, you don't want Mendoza to go out there and be your break glass quarterback. If something happens to Kirk Cousins, you need someone that has that can read coverages, that knows, you know what I'm saying, knows the ins and outs, and can navigate all of that. Mendoza's not going to be able to do that in year one. I'm sorry.
I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah, he's on the roster. Yes, he's our future. He may be even on the depth chart. He might be classified as our number 3 quarterback, because remember, in the NFL rules, your third quarterback is your emergency quarterback. Like when everything falls apart, that backup quarterback is a guy that, my quarterback hurt his thumb, and I got that backup quarterback going immediately in. You don't want to do that to your rookie quarterback at all. Especially this quarterback that came off a RPO system where all he had to do was do one read.
Yeah.
When he gets into this system, he's going to have to do multiple reads.
Right.
Did we feel with Aiden O'Connell like he was ready for that rookie year?
They didn't even play him.
Yeah, he played.
Yeah, they played. Well, he played because the idiot McDaniels wanted to prove a point. Because everybody's screaming AOC, so he put him against one of the best defenses in the league, the Chargers. Like, really? Got sacked, 7 times?
Yeah. Remember the next time he played him, though? Mr. 63. But I'm just saying, like he wasn't ready either, and he was a 4th round pick. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, like, Mendoza's different. Like, I agree with you that he's not going to be able, he's not going to be ready the first couple, but I don't think it's going to. He is like a lot of people don't put into consideration that he is a smart quarterback over anything. Like his physical and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's cool. But his biggest thing is he's a smart quarterback. So he deciphers a lot of stuff before he even, the play even gets to, develop. So like, that's why I said that's going to be his go-to, is using his brain to see these things. But like the blitz packages and stuff like that, he's got to see some of this stuff live first, because that's the thing that's going to probably get him, not being able to read these blitzes, thinking somebody's coming, and then they back off, and then somebody else comes from the other side. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff is going to be a little tricky just at first. But like I said, he's going to figure it out. And I just think I would rather him at 4 games or 5 games or whatever beyond getting into it than him to get thrown out there. He struggled, if we take him out, and then all that whole thing. So
that's why they signed Lindenbaugh, because he's going to help him out with that. See, now Mendoza didn't worry about calling those line plays. No, but we didn't have that. We had who? Coppa. What's the other guy's name? Meredith.
Yeah, your boy.
Barham. Whatever his name is, Barham.
Yeah.
Not Barham. Another guy we had, the other center. We had those guys. They wouldn't help. They would help out. Because you saw one game, Geno Smith was yelling at Meredith like, "Yeah, look at the clock." Your quarterback shouldn't have to do that. Yeah. So now they got a guy who can help Fernando out, AOC out, and Kirk Cousins. So they can call a line shift and all that stuff. So then they don't have to worry about reading all that. Mm-hmm. So that's why they paid Lindenbaugh the money. So why do you pay him so much? Well, I would. So I would give him everything. What's that guy name? Oh, Putnam.
We know, and that's why I'm right now in regards to AOC, we know what we have in AOC. AOC is that guy that you can call on when all hell breaks loose, and he goes in there and holds it down as best as he can. You know what I'm saying? Until we get something better. But we have to be slow and patient with this new quarterback, because we don't want this. We don't want Mendoza to be another AOC where we're putting him up and down, up and down, and up, up and down, and he's not getting that development that he really needs to really run and be that franchise guy for us. That's why there's a benefit of having Kirk Cousins here, you know what I'm saying, to hold things down until Mendoza gets it right. I understand Mendoza's a very intelligent player. I know Mendoza's an intelligent player, but until he gets into this NFL offense, and until he gets and can fully read, you know what I'm saying, blitz packages without using his center, because remember, yes, the center can help you out, but the center is supposed to work with you, not be the main force of you, you know what I'm saying, of your protections. So until he can get all of that, then we need to have that buffer in between him. So I'm saying, just in case Kirk Cousins gets hurt, what are we going to do after that? I'm not comfortable with throwing Mendoza out there to the wolves at this point.
I agree with you.
Throw ALC out there, let him get beat up. You know what I'm saying? Let him get beat up and him figure it out. Because again, he's been in that situation before. Because again, what has AOC been doing ever since he's been on this team? He's been up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. So let him be up and down, and let Mendoza learn from all of that. You know, sit behind him and oh, look, AOC got beat up there. Okay, I know not to do that when I get in. You know what I'm saying? Let Mendoza build so that we can have Mendoza for 20 plus years or however long he wants to play in the league.
So you say
let's not rush this guy out there. Let's rush this guy out there.
You say AOC gonna be the tackling dummy or the pincushion, you know?
Yeah. So we don't need him to be the test dummy this early. Let him sit there and
AOC go out there, then Mendoza no, I learned what to do with Cousins. I learned not to do with AOC. So he had to have best of both worlds. But I agree with you on that. He needs to be number 2 because, like I said, I don't want to put him out there early in the game, especially a important game that we can win. No, I want him to learn. I want him to figure it out.
See, that's what I mean. We put too much pressure on this year. Like that's the wrong way, to be honest, to think about it. Because that's the thing. That's what's going to put the pressure on him. We can't have the mentality that, okay, well, he's got to learn regardless of what it is. And so AOC will be gone either by this season or next season. So there's no point of wasting
this last season on contract. So yeah.
Well, I'm saying, but he could get cut, now that we brought another. So we don't even know if he's going to be on the roster.
I don't think they're going to cut him. They would trade him first because he doesn't value.
But to my point, but to my point, he's going to be gone next year, regardless. I mean, we could look at whatever.
Yeah.
If it makes it this year, cool.
Yeah.
But this year, would you rather Mendoza learn with Lindenbaum, or would you like to waste the reps with AOC, and he's not even going to be here next year? Or would you like for Mendoza to get an early start of learning the offense, learning how, learning with Lindenbaum? Like, because either way, Kirk is just here to bridge us to Mendoza. You know what I mean? So the only thing that would make that speed that up is, like you said, injury. But if that happens, that's a sign just to go to Mendoza that, hey, it's time. Because at some point he's going to have to start learning. And is he going to really learn from AOC?
If you know what's so cool about this, I've been watching the chat after we drafted Mendoza. I've been watching a few channels. And what I'm getting from the Raider Nation, which I like, finally, they're all saying the same thing. Let Mendoza learn.
Yeah.
Whether it take 4 games or whether it take a whole year. Because before, Raiders were ready to throw them out there like AOC. They wanted to start right away.
That's why I said we can't put pressure on this year. We got to stop that.
We brought in Garoppolo and Hoyer and somebody else.
Yeah.
And I can see the frustration. Yeah, put him in there. But now we have to do that because we got a veteran quarterback who knows what to do. So everybody's saying, yeah, okay, cool. You see, now you can see what the Raiders are doing. They're doing this. They're playing smart football. Like they're playing chess where everybody's playing checkers. We're playing actually 3-dimensional chess where everybody's playing checkers. So the field, the Postal Nation, I feel like they were saying, we knew was going to draft him. Let him sit. Let him wait. Let him learn.
Yeah.
And the scenario again to clarify the scenario, because some people are, it seemed like some people were confused on it. The scenario is, yes, Cousins is the starter. That was the whole idea, you know what I'm saying, of bringing in Cousins to allow Mendoza to to have that time. But let's just say, like I said, let's just say we're in week 3, you know what I'm saying, of the season, and something happens to Cousins.
Yeah.
You don't want Mendoza to go out there 3 weeks into his job and say, "Good luck, Mendoza. You're gonna save the day for us." Like, that's not, no. That's why again, in the depth chart situation, and because of the NFL rules, that third quarterback is a guy that you is like your emergency guy. That's going to be a Mendoza. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Mendoza's our future. Yes, he's our, he's supposed to be our franchise guy, right?
Right.
But until that happens, you got to have something in front of that. The emergency break glass. When Cousins goes down, AOC, you hold it down until we feel more comfortable with Mendoza. Then we can make that adjustment. But you just don't want to rush that guy out there just because Cousin hurt his toe, you know what I'm saying, in week 3. Like, no, you use AOC.
Yeah,
that's why he's there. And to be honest with you, I think until they're extremely comfortable, you know what I'm saying, with Mendoza, even if AOC gets traded or we decide, to move on from AOC, they might bring in another quarterback that might go above Mendoza until they completely 100% feel comfortable with what Mendoza's been doing in practice. Because obviously we're not going to see Mendoza, you know what I'm saying, on a during the preseason, yes, but not, during the regular season. So all the work that he's going to do is going to be what he's showing in practice. So that let's not rush that horse out there. Yes, we know he's the number 1 pick. Yes, we know he's the franchise guy, but let's not trot that guy out there week 3 thinking that he's going to lead us to the Super Bowl.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, if we look at it as him just learning the offense, like, and not see, that's what I'm saying. We keep putting the pressure of playoffs and all that stuff, but that shouldn't matter this year. That we shouldn't be screaming playoffs and Super Bowl and all that, because he just needs to learn.
Yes,
so let's get him in there to learn. And like what I'm saying, he shouldn't have pressure to, hey, you got to take this team. No, just learn the damn offense. Like, I don't care about playoffs, all that shit this year. Just learn the offense. You know what I mean? That's the only thing. We shouldn't be putting the pressure. That's why I say we got to take the pressures off of him, the playoffs and mentioning all that in this year. Like this, he's just got to learn. He's got the better he learns this year, next year he could take off. Then we can scream all that playoff stuff.
Yeah, because I don't care this year if we win a bunch of games. Really, I just want to see.
Okay, we all on the same page.
I want to see improve. I want to see us win better games, score more points, do on defense. I want to see you look better last year.
Yeah, because I get it. I want to win a Super Bowl too, as bad as anybody. But I want his future to be long. I don't want it to be a bust. You know what I'm saying? I want him to have the best opportunity. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I'm not putting pressure to playoffs and him having to be the savior, because I know he's just a piece. He's just a piece of the puzzle that we need.
He's a teacher. He's not here. He's not here to win. If that's the case, if the Raiders were like Pete Carroll was last year and then win now mode, we could have took the money we had and spent a bunch of money on a bunch of free agents. And then what we're having, we'll be still like we were back in the days. I always put big money on guys that don't work out for us. But no, they're doing it methodically. They're doing it smart. And they say, we're going to draft Mendoza. We're going to get Kirk Cousins. And we're going to explain to Kirk Cousins, you're going to be a bridge. You're going to be a bridge. Probably going to start, but you never know. It's part of Mendoza. We're drafting you, but you're not going to start right away. So here's the thing. I'm good with that. And the Postal Nation's good with that, because I haven't seen nobody. Because usually, You draft a quarterback high up there, you expect him to start right away. Especially an number overall pick. You see what Atlanta did. They took Penix, number 8, and you see how that worked out. You know, the other quarterbacks, they picked them high. Some did all right, but you can't expect a whole lot from a guy. But I like what Brady said and Kubiak says. I mean, Spike, I don't believe in rushing a young quarterback out there first game of the season. Unless you have no choice, unless everybody's hurt, yeah, okay. But they invested time and effort to get Mendoza. Not time and effort. They had to do nothing. Last year's team did that. But they took the number 1 pick, which they could have traded out and got somebody else, but they took Mendoza, knowing he's the future. So why throw his future away? And I know a lot of Raider Nation has some of the old school cats like I am have PTSD with Jamarcus Russell. Right? Don't want to overall pick. But me personally, when we drafted Jamarcus Russell, I wasn't happy with that pick at all. I wasn't happy. I'm like, what? He did good in college only that 1 year.
Kirk's not starting. He's didn't.
But, you know, I didn't see it. But anyway, I digress. What's it say?
No, yeah, you highlighted that. We say what? Kirk's not starting. He didn't come to Bridge. Yeah, he did.
He did. They talked to Kirk. They knew exactly what his role is. He even said on his introductory speech, best quarterback should start. You know he came in. You know he came in for why he signed with the Raiders. He knows we should have raised it and talked to him because he could have went anywhere else, but he decided to come here. And it wasn't like when Kirk Cousins went to Atlanta, he knew his number one quarterback. And then what Atlanta did to him was like he kind of pissed him off. Well, wait a minute, I thought it was number one. Why you drafting another quarterback? But coming here, he knew they were gonna draft Mendoza. So that's if he didn't like that situation they had in Atlanta, why would he come here?
And you know why Kirk Cousins said may the best man win is because he knew he's the best man. His knowledge of the game has him ahead of Mendoza. You might not say you might say Mendoza throws a better ball and he might be a better passer, but overall, who has a better grasp on the NFL game, Kirk Cousins or Mendoza?
Oh, Kirk Cousins. I agree. Paul. I said the same thing. I said
when he said may the better man win, he already knew he was the better man. But he already knows what time it is. You know what I'm saying? He knows he's in here, you know, he's in here for a short time. You know what I'm saying? He's in here for a good time, not a long time.
Exactly. Yeah, because he knew what the situation was when they was talking to him. When Land Leeson, they talked to him.
Yeah.
The Reds told him, like, we're gonna draft Mendoza, right? Yeah. Well, we want you to help him out, right? Yeah. You still working on Raiders? Yeah. So what? I mean, like I said, what Atlanta did to him, pulled the wool over his wide because they said he was on a quarterback. The Atlanta surprised everybody that drafted. They took Banks at 8. They're like, what? They take him in the second round, third round, fourth round. They took him in the first round, number 8. That pissed him off.
And even further with may the best man win. And let me make some of these Mendoza, you know what I'm saying, fellatio guys in the chat loving him like that. If Mendoza beats out Kirk Cousins, like clearly beats out Kirk Cousins, then yeah. But that's like a huge jump from a veteran quarterback that knows NFL coverages, that already knows the system and all of that. So yeah, it may the best man win. If Mendoza clearly beats out, you know what I'm saying, Kirk Cousins by a mile, yes, he'll be out there. But that I don't know what you're on, but you need to start selling that product.
I tell you one thing, Red Paul brought issue. They said Matt Schaub starting would happen to Carr beating off. Yeah. Well, when they signed Matt Schaub, I thought that was stupid there. He didn't do nothing in Texas.
I see. Matt Schaub wasn't a bad quarterback though. That's why I didn't think he was that bad then. Or
No,
because he had.
But he
I
saw
feel
what
like
Carr was
he broke
doing,
his hand
and
or
then
something like that the year before.
he broke his pinky toe, and then he was hurt. So
And are we missing that when Derek Carr came out that he was already reading NFL defenses because he was because remember who was his brother?
Dave.
So he was already coming in as a rookie. He was already reading the NFL defenses. Now, did he have to adjust to, you know what I'm saying, the speed of the game? Of course, but you're at it's two different sets. Mendoza has not got anything in regards to the NFL. Yes, he sat down with Greasy and got the basics of what a West Coast offense is, but that's not years of understanding what a defensive coverage is and all of that. So there's levels to this, and that's why, you know, it seems like some of us are on that page where let Mendoza figure out those things first. You know what I'm saying, in the classroom before we throw him out there when the bullets are really flying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hope they don't make him do as much, because with the running game, it'll take the pressure off him. You know, even Kurt too. You know what I mean? Like, but that's what we've been making these quarterbacks throw 30, 40 times when we don't have the line for it. We can't get a running game going. So, like I said, as this team gets better and we can add things, you know, because once we get the line straight, we'll feel better about putting Mendoza out there. Because, you know, we're thinking of last year how we had no time to do anything, run the ball, pass the, you know what I mean? So if that changes, it you know, by game 3, you know, things could be different. Because like I say, I don't really put any stock into this year. You know, if we make it, cool, but I don't expect us to go.
You said 2 wins.
Yeah, I say 2 wins right now.
Oh, damn.
I mean, yeah, I know it sounds funny, but
yeah,
think about who are we beating?
Yeah,
who are we going to beat? What team do you feel confident that? Oh, yeah, that's an easy win. No, we were the worst team in the NFL.
After happened last year,
the reason we beat the Chiefs is because Mahomes wasn't playing. You know what I mean? So technically, we would have lost. We would have won 2 games.
After last year, you're right, because Tennessee Titans were actually supposed to be the worst team in the NFL, and I was in that game, and we actually barely beat them. We had to fight for our lives at the end of the game to win. So I see your point. Yeah, like I said, 2 wins. Okay, we had number 1 pick next year. Oh, good, or top 5 pick. But anyway, I don't care about not right now, because like last 2 years, I gave prediction when AP was head coach.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was going to win. When head coach, I thought it was going to win 10, 11 games. I was wrong about that. Then they got Pete Carroll in there. I said, oh, at least a 10 win. He's a 10-win guy. He even said I'd wake up winning 10 games. Yeah, 4 years you probably win 10 games, but yeah, not 1 year. And I was wrong about that. This year I'm going to make a prediction because everything is new. Everything. The coaching staff, some of the players, the administrators, everything is new now. So I don't know what to expect.
I'm just, you know, and I've said it on here too, you know, on your guys', you know, on this great show that you guys got going. You know, I've said, you know, as long as we look competitive, you know, the head coach didn't lose the locker room, and you know, we somewhat are seeing like legit football, you know what I'm saying, and some progression. You know what I'm saying? Let's see some progression from Dante Thornton this year. Let's see some, you know what I'm saying? Let's see Jack Bech not only be, you know what I'm saying, a first down guy, but let's see Jack Bech, you know what I'm saying, break some tackles and take one to the house, you know, this year. Let's see some of those things. Let's see Genty not get hit in the back of the, you know, right. behind the line of scrimmage. Those are the things. Those are the wins that we need to be marking up next year. You know what I'm saying? This upcoming season. And then from there, you know what I'm saying? Then you can start saying, okay, let's see how this secondary comes together. Let's see how the Stooks and Stokes you know what I'm saying, and masses come together. Let's see how, you know what I'm saying, let's see if Powell Mal cannot be just a rotational safety, but actually solidify himself where we're not having a heart attack when he's out there on the field. You know what I'm saying? And blowing coverages. Like, let's take those types of wins this year. Don't necessarily look for it as, oh yeah, we're gonna win 10 games and we're gonna be in the playoffs and we're gonna steal a wild card spot, or we're gonna sweep the AFC, you know what I'm saying, the AFC
nice.
West.
It'd be nice if it happened. It'd be nice, but you know what? I don't have my.
Oh, that would be wonderful. But let's go to Realville at least once.
I was saying that's the reality of it is you shouldn't expect that. Don't go ahead and say like, oh, we're playoff bound. No, we're not even getting on the bottom of the cellar of our division first. We gotta fight our way out of that first. That's step one. Not being the fourth place in the division where there's only 4 teams. We got to fight our way out of that. We got to beat our divisional rivals. We got to fight that first. Then you can talk about maybe the playoffs or maybe trying to make a run. But first, we got to do that first. You know? What else was I going to say? We got to do that. And then you talking about like with Gentry getting in the backfield. People still think our wide receiver room is trash. I don't see it that way. I don't. I see reason why it looks trash because we had a trash offensive line and a trash quarterback and a trash offensive coordinator and a trash O-line coach.
It was a mixture of everything. Look, we looked at that, and you can keep cooking, but we looked at that situation, and none of us could really put the finger on who it was as to why our offense was that horrible. A lot of us said O-line, a lot of us said Chip Kelly, a lot of us said the quarterback, and none of us could come to a conclusion as to why that offense was what it was.
It was all combined on one thing. You know, if one thing fails, everything else is going to fail. So it was all put together, you know. You like I said, I'm going to use a hyperbole here. You have a tire that takes 5 lugs. If you only have 3 lugs on it, 2 lugs on it, that tire's going to fall off your truck, and then you're going to crash.
Right.
But if you at least got 4 out of 5, you can roll with it. But you can't roll with only 3 lugs. That doesn't work. And so that's all combined. It was the offensive line, and this coach and the stupid coach. Excuse my language. It was the play caller, Chip Kelly. It was the quarterback, Geno Smith. It was all combined to make those 3 lugs fall off the tire, and then you run off the side of a cliff. You know, so like I said, what does it say? Let me see if I get it right. Somebody help me out. The broken cog don't make the machine run, and we have a bunch of cogs that were broken. Bunch. So you can put the blame on anybody you want to. Take your pick. It was all combined to make the offense look so bad that we can score over 13 points a game. Go ahead, Twan. Sorry, I was wanting to rant right quick. Go ahead. What you guys say?
No, you're right on everything. Like, you know, and everybody, you know, the easy scapegoat everybody wanted to, you know, put it on was blame Geno, but it wasn't just Geno, because again, you start looking at even some of it to come to Geno's defense a little bit. Geno was trying to work with this offensive line behind the scenes and stuff like that. Geno was trying to do a whole lot for this team for him to get grilled every week. But I mean, yeah, some of the blame was on Geno, but there was enough for it to go around. Everybody on the hospital, you know, that saying everybody's a suspect. Everybody was a suspect on the offensive line.
The usual stuff.
I mean, on the offense, the only person that got no pass to me was Gentry. That was the only one.
It was Gentry's fault.
Got no pass.
It was
rookie, so technically he did pretty good.
No, but you can't blame Gentry because he don't go up there and call the offensive sets and call for blitzes. His main thing is get the ball and run. If the guy's in the backfield before you get the ball, ain't nothing he can do.
Yeah, exactly.
So
hey, you gotta stop talking about 7, man. He got us Mendoza. You know what I mean?
Hey, come on now. Can we talk about that? Can we get off of Geno? You know what I'm saying? For those people that said,
Geno helps out for the future. So thank you, Geno Smith.
How you rooting
thank
for
you, Chip Kelly. Thank you. Thanks out to Pete Carroll, Brendan Carroll, Chip Kelly, Geno Smith. He helped us get the number 1 pick. Appreciate it.
Brendan Carroll got to throw him in there too, man. Brendan did his thing on that O-line, boy.
How you cheering for a tank, but you also beating up Geno?
No, but see, the thing is,
that's what. No, I'm not saying you
Geno
specifically, but there was people out there that was literally cheering for a tank.
Hey, after 10 games, after our 10-game losing streak, I was in that group because we were closer to the top of the draft than we were playoffs. So I mean, there's no point of being mid and then getting a mid pick. And then, you know what I'm saying? Because this is what we needed. We just are prideful ass organization. You know, we sometimes we can't be prideful all the time. Pride comes
sometimes we have a lot of pride in us, and you know, and after a few years of losing
before the fall. Like if we could be as prideful as we want to, but we're not gonna get nowhere. Sometimes we gotta take these lumps, but we gotta make this season count. That's why I was pissed when the draft, like you said, that Crawford pick. I was like, bro, I didn't go through these damn losses for nothing. You know what I mean? Like we didn't go suffer through this bad, terrible season just for us to be terrible again. That's not my goal. My goal is to look, let's get what we need. Let's get a high pick. Let's get what we need. It's not about the league. It's about what we need as an organization. And we needed this reset. We needed a rebuild.
Right.
And we've been too stubborn to do it all the way. But now we did it all the way.
So SoCal says Pete, Chip, Geno, and Brennan, the new forces of the apocalypse. Yeah. Well, he helped us out.
Like, I hate losing guys more than anything in the world. You know what I mean? But after 10 losses in a row, I mean, realistically, playoffs are shot. So you know, like why root for wins when the winning time was in that damn 10-game losing streak? You know what I'm saying? We should have been worried about winning there. But since we weren't, since we earned these losses, let's do something with them. You know what I mean? Because if we didn't do anything with the picks and say we got, you know, it would have been a waste. But look where we're sitting now.
Do you think Pete Carroll actually was trying to tank? No, he was just trying to win. You know why I say that? He's going to tank. He put his rookies and third string in on all them last games. He didn't do that. No, he wasn't trying to tank. He was trying to win. He was trying to save his job. When that Kansas City game at the end, thought that might have saved him. That's put another nail in your coffin.
I think Pete Carroll was trying to win, but the way that Pete Carroll was trying to win wasn't mixing with the other people that were in the front office, and that's why again you had the politics pretty much, you know, took over it, and we end up being where we were. Now let me say this in regards to Crawford, because I know some of us are grilling Crawford. I think Crawford is a talent. I think Crawford is a good player. The frustration in regards to the Crawford pick was that we were, you know, like I said earlier, we were looking at the roster in totality, and it was like, dude, we already got pass rushers. Why are we adding an edge? You know what I'm saying? Like how many into that, you know, combined to that room? So that's where the Crawford frustration was. It's not necessarily that we think Crawford is a bum, because if you take a second to go look at his tape, you can see he got multiple pass rush moves. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, we'll see how Rob Leonard wants to play him in. But, yeah, that's it on that.
We're not doing that roast down. It's not going to be a moment of silence. When we're like, yeah, finally. That's what that's going to be. Like I said, I almost got my head bitten off by my man over here because he was yelling at me so hard that, like I said, I thought I stole his watch, his good Rolex. Like, damn, it ain't my fault. Like I said, the moment they picked him up, I told you, watch Tyree Wilson going to get traded. Sure enough, next day. So, hey, it is what it is. But they don't want to stop Tyree. I'm glad he's gone. He did nothing for us. A first-round pick, number 7 overall, didn't do nothing. And he had 4 years to develop techniques. He had Max Crosby trying to help him out. Did he want to learn? Don't seem like it. He had all opportunities to make himself better. Didn't work out. He was just a big, giant guy that gets bull rush.
Yeah. Now, to put on top of these 2 wins that I said we're going to have, like the thing that might be the wild card is the defense. But it depends on how, because like I said, I have faith in the defense. I know we're going to get the ball back. We're going to But the thing is, like last year, they got the ball back for us, and we couldn't do nothing with it. We would just give it right back, or three and out. So that's why I worry. If we can get the ball back enough, yeah, it gives us a better chance to score. But we got to score some points. That's the thing. We're not going to be able to hold teams under 13 and all this kind of stuff. The league is getting faster, better, stronger. You know what I'm saying? We got to be able to score 20 points at least. You know what I'm saying? To be able to, and our defense could probably keep us under 15. You know what I mean? If they, you know what I mean? If how it's looking.
What was that first game against Kansas City? How many possessions we had? 30.
Yeah.
30 possessions. You get that in the first quarter. Absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, I see your point that we need to score. And I don't think that we're gonna be in that situation again. I think we're gonna have a chance to hold the ball, get down there and score some points, whether it be touchdowns or field goals. But I think we're gonna get more touchdowns. We're gonna do field goals.
Hope so. But we got the Tokyo toe, man. The Tokyo toe.
Hey, have you watched them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, his first game was an Oakland Raider game too. We played it a little bit earlier, but they were asking him like, how did you get into football and stuff like that? And he said he was out on the West Coast. And I'm thinking they were gonna say Niner or something like that, but he said, yeah, I went to a game in Oakland. And then he was like, yeah, it was the Raiders against the Browns. And then that's where we beat them. I think it was 45-42 or whatever. It was a big battle back and forth. But yeah, that was cool. And then he ended up with us. So full circle.
Yeah.
Because that was a while ago. Oakland Raider, you know what I'm saying? Like he went to us years ago.
Hey, I'd rather take Tokyo Toe than Twinkle Toe.
That part. That boy got his own nickname in his cut. You know what I'm saying? They already got him as the toe.
No, I'm just saying, Matt. Matt G, Twinkle Toe.
Yeah.
Tokyo Toe versus Twinkle Toe. That's gonna be the battle.
Yeah, I hope Tokyo Toe wins that battle, boy. No offense to Mr.
Well,
G.
I think that's why they brought him in, because I don't see because like I said, Mr. Gay there really didn't do anything last year with the 49ers. And I'm like, why are we picking them up? And I guess, just to have somebody there. But, here's a list. It just popped up. Sorry to make it pop up that quick. But there's where's he at?
Right there. Bottom.
Yeah.
Tokyo Toe.
And then, Twan, I don't know if you noticed that. Did you see the UDFAs that we picked up?
Yeah, I saw the list. It's attempting to cover up some of the places that we thought, we still needed concerns, right? Mm-hmm. We got a few linebackers in there, you know what I'm saying? That was one of the things during the draft. If you were watching, listen to me during the coverage, I was like, hey, we need to get a linebacker. We need to try to pull trigger on a linebacker. Well, they brought some linebackers in and we'll see. Obviously these are undrafted, so I'm not saying that they're going to automatically be, impact starters for us or anything, but at least they're attempting to say, hey, let's take a look at these guys and let's see if this, they could possibly make their way onto the roster. You know what I'm saying? So
you gotta remember one thing. Back in the day, they had 10 to 12 round drafts, 10 to 12 rounds to draft. They took them like 4 days, almost a week to draft everybody. They cut that down to 7 rounds. So some of these guys that's on this list could have been drafted, but since they cut the draft rounds to 7, they didn't get a chance to get drafted. So now they undrafted free agents. But before that, they had like 10 and 12 rounds. I couldn't believe, like, what? Hey, my boy, rest in paradise, Rob Martin was drafted in the 12th round. God, 12th round. I forgot about that. But like I said, some of these guys would have been drafted if they had more rounds.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, with the Max coming back, man, that is really, it's gonna be something. We're gonna have a package. We're gonna have a definite rush package. This is this might be one of the strongest that we've had in the last few years of defensive line.
Well, we never had nobody compare with Max. We thought we did with Mr. Flew Cuckoo for Cocoa Bus. Till he went off.
Jones.
Yeah, so we thought we had him, but then we had another guy that we let go. Came from the Colts. what's his name? He went to the Colts. I forget his name. Dogway.
Yeah. Yannick.
Yannick. Yeah, we had him. He let him go. So we never had nobody really to pair up with Max. Them on the other side, because you know what a team does, they'll make sure they chip double team Max, and then the other guys will sit there with their hands. And they probably like, "What supposed to do? Rush the quarterback, dude."
Yeah.
We had peanut butter, no jelly in regards to our D line. When we had Yannick and Max Crosby, that was the edges. But the issue that we had is we didn't have any defensive tackles to help collapse the pocket. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They were closing the ends, but there was nobody in the middle to close it up. You know what I'm saying? To finish off the job in the middle. So.
Yeah.
You know, and then we got rid of Yannick, and then, you know, you could say we had got Adam Butler or whatever, or, you know, saying somebody to do a little bit of something in inside, and then we struggled to get someone on the other side of Max Crosby again. So it was like, you know,
Solomon Thomas, we had him trying to, and then he only stayed like a year. That year we made the playoffs. That's what I said. We had a good we had started to kind of put it together, and then we got rid of everybody after that.
Because we got a new head coach that is so totally decimate the whole team.
Yeah.
Decimated.
I'm gonna look for him too this offseason.
Yeah, we play him again this year, so
yeah.
They say they got another punter. You know, I mean, they pick up some guys, and they got some offensive lines and linebackers, you know, and wide receivers. So they picked up some guys, and like I said, sometimes somebody Tokyo Toe, I hope makes it. I know he will. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't trust Gay.
Hey man, that's right.
Hey, now I ain't saying it like that. And there's a quarterback here there's another quarterback that Jason pointed out, Sawyer Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go back and watch a little bit of him. I'm like, wait a minute. He played at Baylor. Baylor didn't do that much his last few years, but yeah, he's a mobile quarterback. He's big and he can throw. So there's your number 4 quarterback right there, practice squad.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly. But the other quarterback too, up on the other guy they picked up. What's his name? Jim Park, Missouri State. Don't know anything about him because he came from a small school, so I look him up a little bit, see what he's all about. But yeah, they got 4 quarterbacks on the practice squad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, LC might not be on this thing at the end of preseason. I mean, it would. Well, because the thing is, I'm kind of torn because I feel like knows this team, he knows this, but it is a new scheme, new. You know, he's not what's his name's guy. He's not Kubiak's guy. Yeah. You know what I mean? So basically, you know,
ALC is going to be on a team for the simple fact that he's another veteran. Although he has played as many downs as everybody else, but he's still a veteran in the league. He has played some games, 17 total. Yeah. They're not going to get rid of ALC and bring in another rookie quarterback and just have Kirk Cousins because that defeat the whole purpose. ALC going to be there for that backup role. That's what it's going to be, the backup role. Like what Twan was saying. You're going to put ALC as someone to Kirk Cousins and then keep Mendoza as an emergency just in case he happens to ALC. Yeah. But not ALC, not yet. Like you said, next year, different story. Now you have everybody a full year on their belt. Even the guys they bring in as UDFAs have a full year on their belt and can see.
The only way AOC will be off of this team is if before his contract comes up is if someone trades for him and we get some value for him. That's the only way that.
Unleash, hit me on Instagram right quick so I can drop me a link. Say yo, then I'll give you a link. You can come in. Hit me. Say yo. I'll put you in. But go ahead. Because I saw Jason. This might be a long show. And then I saw Twan here. Hit me a link, dude. Now I'll put you in. On Instagram.
I don't know. I'm because I see where you guys are standing. I see that point too. I definitely see you guys' side of it too. I don't know. Something just tells me he's not gonna make it through. Because that's the thing. If he was gonna make it, they would have used him instead of Kirk Cousins. I mean, I get it. The Kirk Cousins contract, 1.3, you can't beat that. But if they were looking at it like a veteran quarterback that was able to, they would have just kept AOC for cheap and then not even got Cousins. You know what I mean? So that's why I say I think they're looking past AOC right now. I think they just see Mendoza and Kirk for this year. You know what I mean? Like I don't think they're really considering AOC as far as even a thought for this year. But like I said, we'll see. We'll see if he makes it out of preseason.
And no, I hear that too, but I think they already have like what we already have in our mind is that AOC is not a starter and that AOC is a backup player. So they're like, okay, we got, I think they also feel like Mendoza's not ready to be backup. You know what I'm saying? At this point in his career, you know what I'm saying? So we already got a backup quarterback on the roster. We need a starter, and that's why they brought in Cousins. So it could go both ways. We'll see how it plays out. But I think just how I see Spy Tech, and the way he's been moving lately is like he's not going to move you unless a team calls, you know what I'm saying, or he's already been quietly shopping that player and just waiting for someone to say, hey, yeah, we'll give you a 6th round pick for you know what I'm saying, we'll give you a 6 or 7 round pick for AOC, and then we'll be like, okay, we'll make that deal.
Yeah, true. Yeah, like I said, I can see it going both ways. I could definitely see it pretty much. Like I could see him staying just for that fact that he has been here. He, has played some ball. He's played in the NFL. He just literally beat the Chiefs the last game of the season. You know what I mean? So it basically, I could see it going both ways, but it's just how I'm always about moving on. If you haven't made really like a big impact in the years you've been here, then we're gonna look for somebody that's willing to make that impact. You know what I mean?
True.
So I'm not very patient. So
true.
Yeah. We talked about. We showed the video a little bit earlier, Raider Nation too. Yeah, I seen that a couple of days ago. That was pretty cool because it all comes full circle. And I love moments like that. You know what I mean? Because it's like he could have went anywhere, any game in the world, and he ended up at an Oakland Raider game, probably the craziest experience he'd had in his life. But you know what I'm saying? Definitely. But look, he made him want to kick. So shit. Shoot.
And it also helped because again, this guy's a polarizing kicker. You know what I'm saying? He got a name, and people know about. We're finding out about him, but a lot of people knew about Tokyo Toe. So with that being said, he could have went anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Because again, UDFA's, it's a bidding war. All these guys got a phone call, not only a phone call, but they got, a dollar amount attached to them. Hey, we want you to come over to the Las Vegas Raiders for $700,000. You know what I'm saying? And then another team's calling in and saying, hey, we want you in for $900,000. And that player has to make a decision on where he wants to go. So with Tokyo Toe, going to the Raider game and falling in love with the Raiders, that might have made him, sold already, you know what I'm saying? To oh, this is destiny. That was my first Raider, first NFL game. And now that team wants me to play for them. Of course I'll come over and, be a UDFA for you guys. So that definitely worked in, obviously worked in the Raiders' favor too. Mm-hmm. Same thing with, I think that was the one of the factors in with Crawford too. I think Crawford was excited to come, I think he did his like a visit or whatever. He came in, I think hearing from the call, he came in wearing silver and black, you know what I'm saying? And was already kind of lightweight manifesting that he wanted to be here. He did want to work with Max Crosby. That was one of the reports that came out too. So that might have factored a little bit into why they selected him too also, in the draft, because he wants to be here. And definitely as fans, that's something that we want to hear. We want players that want to be here. You know what I'm saying?
Not here for just a paycheck. We want guys who want to be in play. We don't want you for a paycheck. We want you to play and help us win. And that's what they saw in him, and they said, "Okay, come on, you're here." And he not get that much playing time. He might get. You never know. But he's here against competition, but he's here for it. He's gonna do the best he can to get on that field, and that's all I want to see. The best you can be to get on that field to play to show why we picked you. So I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
Some guys wasn't happy with it. I'm not gonna say Jason's name, but I gave him the reason why. But hey, we got him. He's here.
What, the Tokyo Toe?
No, Crawford.
No, it's like I said, it wasn't him as a player. Like, it's nothing personal against him. It's just for the room, like, because safety, I got that because we didn't have a free safety. So, but the next one was an edge, and at that point, that wasn't our weakest room. At that, that's where I was looking at it. Is we were full in that room, so I'm like, he's not going to start now. You know what I mean? That's a waste of a pick. That's how I was looking at it, just as far as a waste of a pick. Because, like, I feel like there was other rooms we could have, tackle, DT, you know what I'm saying? There's other, even though we have a lot of DTs, but I mean, there was a lot of good names of big space eaters that we could have did. But like I said, the player, he's a good player, and like I said, I love that he loves to be here. But it just, at that time of the draft, I just felt like that was not where we needed to go at that point, because that wasn't. And I still stand by that, because I feel like he's not going to start. You know what I mean? So that was basically not a starter pick. That was a depth piece, because technically you just replaced Wilson, which is our worst person on that in that room. So technically he's pretty much where Tyree, you know what I mean, for now, where Tyree was. But it's nobody that's going to take over Max's. I mean, damn well he's going to take a Max's spot. And then, we don't know if Kuntz is going to start for that price tag. You would think that that's Kuntz. You know what I mean? For 11 or whatever it was, you would think that that'd be him starting on that other side, or Kwity Paye. You know what I'm saying? So, because I'm pretty sure Kwity Paye was coming to take Max's spot when Max got fake traded. And so now I'm pretty sure they're not going to, pretty much return on them and be like, hey, sorry guys, Max back now, so we gotta dial you back to they're gonna have him. So that's why I was like, I don't see him being a starter on that. So that's why I was like, that's kind of a waste of a pick. But like I said, nothing against him, because I mean, if he can do double and triple what Tyree Wilson can do, that's a win, because we replaced somebody that was already going to be out to somebody that can possibly be a future player. So we never know. But yeah, that was my thing. It was just the place of where, and the room, wasn't really a need. Like safety, we didn't have a free safety. So of course I was okay with, now we got a free safety. Cool.
Crawford.
You got the link, Alicia. I just sent it to you, so you can come in.
Crawford. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was saying, Raiders want to come in, so I sent him a link. So you can come in.
Yeah. Crawford has, and this is why I think they got him where they did, because Crawford has a bag. Okay. Mm-hmm. And when I say he has a bag, he has multiple pass rush moves. So he might be early in his career, he might be that rotational guy that comes in on passing downs. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying he's going to be like that third down, specialist for us, but he's going to be called to rush on those passing downs. Now that was similar to, similar to Max Crosby coming in. Max Crosby had multiple pass rush moves, but one of his downfalls, or one of his knocks, was that he had, he needed to get his body right. And I think that's the same thing with Crawford. I think Crawford needs to maybe gain a little more weight, and then, clean up a few more things, and he might be, he might start to slowly rise up the ranks. But right now, like you said, Jason, it's going to be probably Max Crosby and Kwity Paye as the main guys. But then behind that's where you're going to see, like a guy like Crawford and Kuntz, being, and Snowden, right? And, those are the guys that are going to be, in rotation for us at that edge position.
Yeah, I like, okay, we need edges, but we got them anyway. Because like I said, we don't know what Kuntz is going to be like this coming year. Last year he didn't do too well until the end of the season. We signed him. We gave him one more chance, get him a 1-year deal. Say, come on, you prove yourself. If not, then you can walk. But then again, he might be a signing trade, but we don't know. So they brought another guy who has multiple moves, who has good bend, who can get to the quarterback, third down specialist, or they might have certain packages for him.
Mhm.
So edge rusher right now is the way to get paid now. Look what happened to that dude Baltimore just signed. Look at all these guys that they signed. These they get paid big dollars now. So edge rusher now is a premium. There's a premium price tag. Next to quarterback, they're about them, and the receivers, they're the next highest paid people on the field, and then left tackles. So those 4 positions are the highest paid positions in the NFL. Not the D tackles, not the cornerbacks, not the safeties. Running backs, starting to come back up. Tight ends, not as much, maybe 1 or 2. But those 4 positions I mentioned are the highest paid players in the NFL. So to get a good edge rusher in his college years, we ain't got to pay him the back. No, we can pay him the rookie contract. What was the third round pick? So we'll give him third round money.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll be turned to be like better than anybody else we have, including Max Crosby. Well, I doubt it, but including Max Crosby. So we got this edge rusher who's playing just as well as Max Crosby, even better, but we don't got to pay him pennies on a dollar. Okay? So there it is. Hey, guys, welcome to the stage. Hey, Rebel, what's up, bro?
What's good? What's good, man?
We're just talking some draft talk.
What's good,
How
fam?
y'all feeling? How y'all feeling about this draft, family?
I'm good with it. As you saw my thumbnail, we're good.
Yeah, I hear that. Shit, I don't know.
So we was talking about Crawford, and we was talking about the high energy that I got. I got a tongue lashing by Jason Friday night. So I was talking about that. Usually, like I said, almost took my head off. He wasn't mad at me. He was just mad. So I let him vent. And I told him and said, well, what's going to happen? They're going to trade Wilson. That's like what they did. So what are your feelings about that?
I feel Crawford has a chance to come in and pull what Max Crosby did, start right away and make a name for himself. A lot of people are missing the fact that, over there next to Celtic Falk, who was projected to go in the first round. If you look at their numbers, in less starts, he had more sacks, more quarterback hurries, more quarterback hits, and this dude went in the first round. So he's got the quickness, he's got a better motor than Celtic Falk, and the only thing that's holding him back is his run game. But that was the same thing that happened to Max Crosby when he came into the league, right? Max Crosby came into the league, and his biggest thing was he couldn't stop the run, right? He was a pass rusher only, and now he's the best best at stopping the run in the whole entire league, right? Most TFLs than anybody. So they drafted Crawford because he has that motor, and he was better than the guy on the other side of him, in my opinion, that was projected to go to the first round and fell to the second. So I feel like we got an absolute steal. If you look at his press conference, he said straight out, I'm coming in to learn everything that Max Crosby has to teach me, and if not take his job, play alongside of him. So that tells you right there, bro. We ain't heard anybody else come in and be like, oh, this is my spot, except for Zone. That was, he said, hey, this is my job. I'm coming in, I'm taking a spot. Like, so when you draft guys like that feel, no matter where they were drafted, that they're coming in and they're fighting for a position, to me, that just makes the competition better and this team better right off the rip. So I feel a lot of people are sleeping on that. I think he's better than, I think he's quicker a little bit, doesn't have the experience of Twitty Payne, but I think he has, better aspects of that too. And I feel if they give this kid a chance, bro, he's going to come out and compete.
Well, see, there it is. He's going to learn behind Max Crosby and Twitty Payne. He's going to learn behind those guys. They're going to develop him.
And he can drop back into coverage. He can do a lot of things that guys like Malcolm Kuntz, bro. We're paying Malcolm Kuntz $12 million last year and $11 million this year, and he can't stop the run. So you don't think this dude Crawford is going to come in and take his job? Look where Malcolm Kuntz was drafted and how long it took him to catch on. I think Crawford is way ahead of that because of his motor, his mentality, and that's what wins in the NFL. You got to have that dog mentality. I'm the alpha dog, and this is my spot. And we drafted a bunch of guys like that, a bunch of guys like that.
Yeah, and the good thing about that, he said he wanted to be a Raider.
He wanted to come here. He wanted to compete with Max. He said he wants to learn with Max, and he also said I'm gonna push Max every day. I'm gonna be that dude in practice that's out there, outworking Max. So when you bring guys like that in the building, it's just better for everybody in the building.
Yes, and I'll say this too, Rebel, and I agree with everything you're saying. It's one thing to say it, and there's one thing to do it, because the guy that just left was one guy that said all those things, and what ended up happening.
Tyree Wilson never had that attitude. What do you
No,
mean?
he never did.
Tyree Wilson
Never
came
said
in
that.
soft, humble, never, talk soft, bro. Tyree Wilson, we're talking totally different people. This dude's got to get up. He's physical. He's got fast, violent hands. This is not Tyree Wilson at all. This is not the same. And he's not coming in on an injury. He's not coming in having to sit for a whole entire year before he plays.
Tyree Wilson came in. Just he gave a what you call that big up on stage. Like, okay, I think we got something. But when he got here, like, what was the energy when he got drafted? There was no energy. He was just here. I know he was hurt, but he was just here. He was just a piece that's taking up space on the Raiders thing. Well, to be the number 1, number 7 pick in the whole draft. You show us absolutely nothing. And like I said earlier, he had 4 years to do something. Didn't learn no moves. Didn't learn anything. So he was just a waste. They tried him at D tackle. He did okay, but that was his position.
Yeah, they played him out of position. That's you can't play guys out of position.
I remember one game they put him on coverage. I said, "What are you doing?"
But I mean, we got to look at when Max Crosby was, when Max Crosby was off the field, Tyree Wilson was a dog. he played like a monster without Max Crosby on the field.
Yeah. You say every piece said nobody gives. Well, not the well, yeah, that's true, but still, it's always good to have somebody that you want to learn from the best.
Yeah,
you don't want to learn from a subpar person. Oh, he's a subpar. How many sacks had last year? His defense, he only had 7 sacks the whole year. You don't want to learn from that. You want to learn from a guy that had multiple sacks, multiple pressures, and can stop the run and cause a disruption. See, Max Crosby is not the typical pass rusher. He's not going just for sacks. He disrupts offenses. That's why most offenses always they'll tell you every year, every time team plays the Raiders, who they plan for? Max Crosby. I'm going to take him out this game so he won't disrupt our play we want to run. And that's what he's going to be. And I think Crawford's going to be the same type of guy where he's not necessarily get the 25 sacks in one season like Homeboy just had. But I'll tell you one thing, he's going to cause
if you're the best in the league, you should.
Well, I'm saying, though, he probably don't get that, but I'm sure he won't cause a lot of chaos. That's what we want. We want chaos, disruptions, and the offense to go crazy. That's what we want.
I just want no missed tackles and somebody that can set the edge and not let guys run through them because they're not doing their 111. So I don't care who that is.
Yeah, remind me. Tyree there and can't catch butterflies.
And the Tyree thing, man, we Raider fans are going to blame Tyree because they didn't get what they wanted out of Tyree Wilson, but you can't blame anybody but this organization. You don't draft a guy with the injury that you know is going to have to sit for a whole entire year at 7. That's not Tyree Wilson's fault. And I would not be surprised if Tyree goes over there and shows, why he was drafted, and maybe not why he was drafted in the first round, but why he was drafted in the first place, because I just don't think they used him right. And I feel like you're going to go to another team and they're going to be like, man, you're way better off on the inside. And he's a monster on the inside. The Tyree could stop the run. He's long. He's good. He's at tackles for loss. He just wasn't out there enough to really do anything. And I've said this before. If you look at his first 2 years compared to Jalen Carter, the sacks, the pressures, all of that are very, very similar. The only thing that was different is Jalen Carter had 300 and something more snaps than Tyree Wilson.
Yeah, but those are two different positions. Jalen Carter was a defensive tackle.
But that's where Tyree should be, though. That's what I'm saying. He's not fast enough to be an edge. He's a big dude with no speed. Like you can't play the edge like that.
And just like this year, Tyree should have been drafted in the 4th round, right, Rebel?
Oh yeah, I mean easily. No,
like we drafted McCoy.
Yeah, I mean, you drafted a guy that had no pass rush moves. You drafted him basically off of his size and his bulliness, and he was hurt. Like that was just a bad organizational move. And I think Tyree Wilson takes all the blame for the Raiders being ignorant when it comes to drafting. Like that's all it was. It has nothing to do with Tyree Wilson, because Tyree Wilson was not ever put in a position to play. I mean, ask anybody around the league, brother. Like, put this man on the line. He has an 81-inch reach. He has long arms. He's big enough to get to the running back and stop the run, and get pressure on the quarterback up the middle. Right, the shortest distance between two spaces is a straight line. If you put that man in the middle and you give him straight line to the quarterback, he's gonna do his job. He's not athletic enough. He doesn't have enough bend to be on the outside to get to the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
The play's already over by the time he gets there. By the time he gets off the line, I mean, he's slow as hell on his get off. He's just not him. So if they play him in the right position, Tyree Wilson's I think he's gonna help the Saints. I thought it was crazy giving him away for a cup of coffee, man. Like that.
Here's a one-trick pony. He only had one move, bull rush move. He didn't have the second move where the tackle could stop him. He didn't have that arm sweep or the spin move. He had none of that stuff. So he was straight ahead.
When he was playing on the left side, the last two games when Crosby was out, he had a straight arm where he was just bulldozing, those offensive linemen and getting one-on-ones.
But that's all he had. He had a second move or a third move.
He'll get him. You seen him out there working every single day in camp with Crosby. Every single day, he was doing the chops and the swims and and all of that. I don't know why he wasn't using it on the outside, but. Yeah. We'll see what he does over there in New Orleans, but I think they got a player. They got a steal on a cheap. I mean, a fifth and a seventh round for a seventh overall pick.
Tyree needed to play mad. That's the thing. He played too nonchalant,
soft,
nasty,
and that's not Crawford.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't know if you heard me when I was talking about Crawford. He has a similar, coming in. He has a similar, kind of path that Max Crosby had. Max Crosby had he had the multiple pass rush moves, but he needed to gain a little more weight and be a little more stout in the run. And I think that's similar thing with Crawford. And I think if he can get with, I'll say the MVP in the organization, Deuce Gruden. If he can get with Deuce Gruden, you know what I'm saying, and gain that weight, then
just get that fool out the building, man.
Hey, Deuce does his job.
Twan, name me one player on this roster that you've seen gain muscle mass since they've come in the league. Find me one player on this roster that has got bigger.
Zamir White biceps. Remember a couple years ago? That's it.
But he did that on himself after he did that in camp. Remember the camp was over, and then 2 months later they showed his big ass arms. Like that wasn't him.
And he fumbled. He couldn't keep the ball in his arms.
Yeah, because he had too much muscle and you couldn't hold the ball in there. But there is not one player. There's not one guy on this roster that has developed a body or got bigger or mass since they were drafted to the Raiders. I mean, look at Max Crosby. He's been here 8 years. The dude got flabby arms like me. But you're in the building 24 hours a day. What is Deuce Gruden doing? I think Deuce is killing us, man. I think he's the curse. Get him out of the building.
Hey, he's just using this for a free gym.
Yeah, he's the curse, bro. You don't fire a head coach and then keep his son on the roster for 25 years later, man. Like, just get him out the building, get somebody else in, because I have not seen anybody on this roster put on muscle mass.
Yeah, if anybody they've lost weight or anything.
Yeah,
I would have to go into it in depth and try to figure that out, because I think there actually has been, because there was, I forgot who, I think there was that one, we got rid of him, but it was a linebacker that literally turned, like he came in and he was like one way and then he looked a whole different way the next season, and it was like there was a jump in regards to him being a rookie to his second year.
There might be one, but like I said, I studied this team in depth.
I get
I'm
it.
watching all these dudes like all of us do, and and you're looking at these guys coming in. You can just go look at them being drafted, and you look at their mugshots or look at them on the field. Like, none of these dudes are putting on mass. Our offensive linemen, you know, are still like, none of these dudes got big ass arms. Like, bulk them up, turn it into power, right? Turn that shit into power. And I don't see Deuce Gruden doing any of that. I know everybody in the building loves him, but I just don't see anybody getting bigger or stronger in that weight room.
He got bigger, but he did in the offseason because he showed he has his own channel. I'm subscribed to it. I watched his his channel. He did it all his offseason. He wanted to get bigger and stronger because he knew what happened last year getting that backfield. He wanted to get bigger. He wanted to get stronger. So he did most of that on his own.
Yeah, and he was working out there on his farm, you know. So you out there working, you know, throwing those hay bales. Me being a, you know, country boy too, I know what it's like throwing hay. That shit, you got 70-pound bales. You're throwing, you know, 3 stories in the air trying to get it on a truck. So
that's the Mere White.
Them boys got to work out there. So yeah,
that's the Mere White. He owns horses. He has a horse farm. So
yeah,
that's why he looked bigger.
But yeah, like I said, I just don't see nobody, you know, packing on pounds or getting any bigger or stronger or any of that since they've been drafted. I mean, look at Malcolm Kuntz. You can go back to Malcolm Kuntz. You can go back to Tyree Wilson. Look at Tyree Wilson the day he was drafted, and go pull up any picture that's current right now on his IG. It's the same person. And now is that his, you know, his work ethic? I don't know. But you can look at any player on this roster the same. Max Crosby, like I mean, even Aiden O'Connell with the belly fat, like he still got it. Where's it? Like, what are they doing in the workout room? Like, I don't understand it. Y'all,
Aiden O'Connell needed to be
you
in
got
that,
the best
in
training on the planet, but your body's still the same 3 years later.
AOC, I used to always talk about his arms. I was like, bro, you gotta get in that weight room, bro.
No, Aiden O'Connell, he come to my house, man, so I can some food, so he eats so he get some muscle mass or something. Because him and Thor, yeah, come on over here, man. I'll feed you.
I got more muscle definition than
right.
I'll get some
carbs in there.
But what quarterback really gains weight? Like most of the time, when the quarterback comes in, he is who he is. Like, they don't really move too much of that. They more work on their, you know, their flexibility and their elastability instead of, you know, because muscles, you don't have that flexibility. So that's why they, you know, some positions they kind of stay away from it. But like, what quarterback do you know like came in and then all of a sudden got like major gains?
Jalen Hurts.
I said DC. Remember when DC first came in?
If you look at Baltimore Ravens quarterback, I mean, look at his body mass compared to when he first came in. He was a twig, right? Now Lamar got some weight on him. You look at Patrick Mahomes when he came in. Patrick Mahomes came in like, you know, he's way thicker now. He's got muscle. He's got structure. You can see the structure in his muscles. Like,
but you got to take accountability that's
why he throws so far.
When these guys come into the league, they're young adults, they're young men. They're between the ages of 21 to 23, 24. Men don't develop till later in their life. They don't start getting developed into a full-on man until like in their almost like 25, 26, 27 years old. So these guys still were growing. Because some quarterbacks came to the league were like a certain height, and then all of a sudden they're like a couple inches taller. They start filling out later in their life. But then you got to make sure you train them right. Make sure they train the right strength development. Like quarterback, you don't want a quarterback to be like Arnold Schwarzenegger. No. Maybe a defensive lineman, yeah. You want a quarterback to have the strength in his arm to throw the ball further, strength in his legs to run, to stand up there. See, a certain type of strength training that they do to these guys. Because you want the offensive lineman to have what? Strong arm, strong push. They ain't got to be yoked up. Because sometimes those guys are bodybuilders, not the strongest guys in the world.
But they should be bulked up. Look at guys like Lyle Alzado.
I'm talking muscle man. Look like a bodybuilder. You don't necessarily want.
I'm saying like Lyle Alzado on the defensive line back in the day. Like, that dude was all muscle. He had no fat, all rock. And then look how easy it was for him to dominate.
Yeah. Remember when DC would blow up?
You look at Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett is, looks like a damn bodybuilder. Yeah. Look how easy it is for him to dominate because he has muscle. He has strength. You're not just lifting weights to get bigger. You're lifting weights to get stronger, and that's what needs to happen. And for a lot of these players, they need to get stronger.
Because
you look Max.
Because you look good in a wet t-shirt don't mean you're the strongest man in the world. But some do look like that, and they are strong. but you don't go to all that weight training stuff to make it look like Mr. Universe. You go to get stronger at your position, what you're doing. That's what you're supposed to do. I mean, Deuce Gruden like a Mr. Universe himself, but he's not there to make all these guys look like him. He's there.
I mean, he's 5'6". he's got 30 like 28-inch arms, and people are like, "Oh, he benches 500 pounds," but how far has he got to push it? You know what I mean? he ain't pushing that weight 40 inches like most people's arms are 35 inches, right? He pushing it 25 inches.
Wait.
That baby's getting big, bro.
I was gonna say she thought that was funny too, Rebel.
Yeah. See, she was like, she knows.
She laughed too. She was like,
yeah. So yeah. Anyway, so like I said, we'll talk about homeboy. So what's your take on the draft? So who was your favorite pick in this draft?
Oh, it was Mike Washington all day, any day of the week. Of course, I'm a Razorback fan, so anytime you can get my Razorbacks in the building. They also pulled in Xavier Sori from a UDFA, which I think Xavier Sori is going to make this roster. That boy is quick. He's 6'3", he's 228 pounds or something. He got to put on some mass. But Xavier Sori, watch out for that dude. I believe he makes the roster. And then Mike Williams. Mike Williams is just a monster, bro. We have that 4.3 speed for that Thunder and Lightning for Ashton Genty. He's a little bit quicker, a little bit taller. He's got those, Darren McFadden strides with being 6'2". So
that's what he reminded me of too.
I feel like that was my favorite, of course, because he's a Razorback. But then Traden Stukes, man. Traden Stukes was, we needed a safety play very, very bad. You get, one of the top 3 or 4 safeties in this class very easily. And then in the 4th round, of course, Jamal McCoy, man, that's got to be the biggest draft steal in the last 10 years. I mean, in the last 10 years, easily. You look at this man he was the best corner in this league.
He was top 15. He was projected top 15.
Every board I've seen had him in the top 10. And I've seen a bunch of boards where they had him, 6, 7, 8. So you get a top 10 or 15 player at the first pick in the 4th round. That's highway robbery. Spytek is no longer a cook. He is a damn thief. He is a bank robber. That dude just stole people's souls in the draft. I don't know how anybody could let this man who ran a 4.34 in his pro day, his 10-yard split was crazy, right? So you have this man that's the best corner in all of college football, and because of somebody tried to plug some bone and it didn't work, and people are panicking, like the Raiders said, man, we haven't even done any homework on him. We just drafted him because he was in the 4th round. I mean, if he plays for a little bit for us, it's a 4th round pick, right? But basically, if he is good to go, you got a damn starter for a long time on the outside. That's strapped down, lockdown corner. I mean, he's the best cover corner in college football, and if he can play this year, that just turns this whole defense around, in my opinion.
But the good news is that they don't have to rush him in. They don't have to rush him. They got cornerbacks on the roster that they don't have to rush him in. If he heal, he can heal. He can 4th round pick. He can take a year off. You don't have to get in there right away.
Yeah, he don't have to get in there. So, like I said, they're going to evaluate him. They're going to let their doctors do what they do and check it out. But I don't really. To me, it just sounds stupid. It doesn't even sound like it's nothing serious. Like he said, he could play right now. He could play all year. So he was out there running. It's fine. It's basically they just had some cartilage in it somewhere that they that ripped or whatever, and they plugged it wrong. So, I mean, that's what are you gonna do? Like have surgery just to fix it? I'd play. If it was me, I'd tell them I'm playing, bro. I'm playing. If something happens, then I'll have surgery. But I'm gonna play until then. Come on, you took me in the 4th round. Just give me a chance. It's not like you're losing anything, right? That 4th round pick was a comp pick anyway.
Exactly. It's like they're not. Well, we're gonna take a gamble on him. He could come out be good, or he could come be a bust. It's only a 4th round pick. It's not like he was drafted number 1 overall. So
yeah, I don't see how he can't be good. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't see a scenario, even if he does have to sit a year or whatever it is. I just don't see how he doesn't come out to be one of the best players in this draft. I mean, he was definitely one of the best players in the draft, and he's not losing anything, right? He's not losing any speed. He's not losing any size, right? So yeah, I think we just totally
And-
robbed the whole draft with that pick.
And he's young, 20 years old. He's young.
Yeah, 20 years old, man. So to me, that's a Charles Woodson type pick. I'm not putting no comp on him, just where, that's where he should have went, somewhere in there. Like where C Wood was picked. And hopefully he can come out and have that, rookie of the year and MVP and all that too.
And at this point, I feel bad for Porter.
Nah, I feel bad for Eric Stokes. I think, Eric Stokes is up there in age, and I think if anybody goes, it'll be Stokes before Porter. If you tell me you can have two guys that are in, 21, 22 years old that run 4.3 40s and are 6'2", 6'3", why keep Eric Stokes? You're going to have to pay him a big bag, if he balls out again this year. So I think that's just a backup plan for if Eric Stokes shows out this year, they got somebody in the waiting, and they don't have to go out and pay this dude $25 million a season.
Yeah,
Still
Cameron Richardson, who I think is the one.
Still got 2 years on his contract, so he'd be all right. He'd be good for next year. So don't worry about him.
I say Richardson.
DCAM is one who I don't feel sorry for him because he never did anything, and plus they were saying that he act like he don't want to play football. I don't know if he wants to go with this team or he just don't want to play football. That's why he never saw the field.
Get his soft ass out of here, man.
That's crazy though. But then again, these regimes, they're always drafting players wild. So, you got another guy like at DCAM with 4.3 speed with super long arms, right? Is it him or was it just the coaching staff? Because I thought when he was out there as a rookie, he played pretty damn well. And then the next year, he's thrown to the bench, right? Playing special teams. So.
He had hamstring issues for hella long last year.
Yeah, he was hurt. He was hurt for a while.
Well, maybe that's it. If it's those soft tissue injuries, that just might be holding somebody back or something where they can't get over. Once you get those soft tissues injuries with 4.3 speed, it's hard to stay healthy.
Yeah.
Hey, salute. Welcome to the channel. You guys, welcome to the channel. I don't know if I don't think Twan or Rebels broadcasting this show, but please hit the like and subscribe button. Subscribe button on both our channels. And then you can pull up to both of these guys' show when they do this, subscribe to them too as well. Because it's gonna be a good season. It's not gonna be what we expect. And then about playoffs. No. Hold row. What's that guy's name? Playoffs. I don't see that.
We just trying to win.
I don't see that. I like Twan, we talked about earlier. I want to see improvement. I want to see things that we got beat on do better. Get Jizzy in the backfield. I don't want to see that no more.
Thunder and lights.
Guys getting open, making catches. I want to see that. I want to see more sacks. I want to see more quarterback pressure. I want to see some turnovers.
Those are going to come in bundles. Watch. Those are going to come in bundles. Robbie Leonard's going to have this defense running a whole bunch of stunts. They're going to probably be in a nickel most of the time, and everybody else, that even with the 2 linebackers we have are still 4-4 guys. So we have nothing but speed back there, and I think we're going to just dominate teams on defense with speed and just overwhelm the shit out of them with stunts.
Yeah, that's what I would say. I want to see improvement all the fields, everything. Time possession on the offense. I want to see them hold the ball, go down and score. Get some plays in, get touchdowns, red zone offense. I want to see him not just kick a field goal. I want to see touchdowns.
And you can tell by the way that they drafted, especially with the secondary, because they draft 40% of our draft went to the secondary, and those guys that you see in the secondary, they all are multiple. They do multiple things. So that kind of gives you an indicator on what kind of defense on the back end, at least on the back end, that, is going to be presented. There's going to be a whole lot of disguising. There's going to be a whole lot of, showing one thing and then rotating into something else. There's going to be a whole lot of that stuff going on. There's going to be a guy that we think is going to be the nickel corner, and then all of a sudden, oh dang, he's actually the free safety, or there's going to be a lot of that going on. When Rob Leonard get these guys to the level that he needs them to be at. to get them on the field. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying the guys that we drafted right now are immediate starters, but they watch how Rob Leonard, you know what I'm saying, works these guys, and eventually when they all come together, then we'll see how crazy this defense can get.
And you know, the good thing about Spytech, he listened to his coaches. He went to Kubiak and said, we need an offense. I need this, I need that, I need this. No, not kind of quarterback. All right, let's go get him. But Kubiak said, I already like the offensive line. He said he liked from last year. He watched the film and he said, I like these guys. They're good. They're coaching. Ask Rob Leonard, what do you need on defense? We need a backfield. A defensive backfield. That's what we need. And they went out and got it. Went out and grabbed some UDFAs. Traded for one. Traded for Tishawn Johnson. We traded for a nickelback. So Spytech is talking to his coaches. Unlike the other GMs and the coaches, they didn't get along. So I think we're moving the right direction, positive direction. Like I said, 3 wins, so be it. We have the first pick next year. So no, got kicked out. So what? So I just like the direction we're going in. I'm happy, but I'm not celebrating yet until I see what we got on the field. Does she agree?
Yeah. She likes the way we're headed. See? No worries. No worries on this face right there. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Let's go. She fired up, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
So thing starts May 18th, 2 days after we come back from Bakersfield. So we'll see what's happening. I don't know how Kubiak runs his team because now he's first-time head coach. Because, you know, one thing, who was that head coach that closed the practice off? That was the big dummy. Closed the practice off for everybody. Now, like, Pete Carroll did have it open. But I don't know how he's going to run his practices. Yeah. You know, it's going to be open practice where fans can see it. Media can see everything. We don't know yet.
Do we get that mock game again like we got last year?
Oh, that preseason game, that practice game?
Yeah, that mock whatever we did where we lost Lonnie Johnson.
I don't know if they're gonna do that or not. I mean, that was the first time I saw something like that. That was cool, but I
mean, it didn't help us because we didn't win that many damn. I was thinking, okay, that'll give us a extra game before the preseason to get our team prepped and ready. But that did nothing.
Oh, it hurt us because we lost a player.
Yeah, the one free safety we had.
Yeah.
It was a good idea, you know what I'm saying? We're still, you know, in Las Vegas, we're still trying to win the city over. You know what I'm saying? We're still trying to ingratiate ourselves into, you know what I'm saying, the Las Vegas fan base. So having that game and it being a free game, you know what I'm saying, for people to come in and possibly be a Raider fan, like, yeah, that was a good idea, but I don't know if that'll happen again. Right. We'll see. Every coaching staff and every, you know what I'm saying, is a little different on how they want to do things. And again, it seems like we're consistent in that, you know what I'm saying, having new head coaches. So we don't know what this head coach is going to want to do.
James.
In general.
I guess you and Jay football friends, huh, Rebel? Oh man.
Baby girl's opinion.
Oh, she like it. She got the Raider gear there. Somebody bought for her.
Where's that pink Mendoza jersey?
Hey,
it's coming.
I think I don't know. I might keep her straight up black and silver and black, man. I don't want to confuse her, you know. No.
So Jack had a question for us. Chris Ford and RGM, where are you staying in Bakersfield? Hope you two offer the after party this year. Well, I'm staying in a cardboard box around the corner from the Hilton. So
yeah, I'm in
Arkansas, so that's a long trip.
Then you talk to Sat Mike. I'm in the same building you guys are in. Don't bother me. My wife's gonna be there too. and she a 49 fan, she will kick your ass.
Yeah, I'll be at the 6 out there.
I mean, like, I'm in the same picture.
I'll be at the 6, so I can be close to Raising Cane's. You know what I mean? You hear me?
And the best thing over there is the toast.
Oh yeah.
I don't know about that, man. I like bones in my chicken. I don't care about that Pillaging stuff.
You're gonna have to debate that one. We will say that one for another.
Yeah, I don't know, because the bones chicken, man, you'll know if it's real fake chicken. See, I like bones, so I know it's real.
Oh man.
Obviously, I saw a YouTube video about that. I said, "Yeah, get the hell out of here." Anyway, so Rebel, since you just came in not too long ago, there's one guy on this list that Jason's excited for in the UDFA list. Big respect.
Is it EJ Williams?
Nope.
Emilio Estevez, the mighty duck dude. I swear to
Nope,
God.
this guy I got highlighted.
Emilio.
Sawyer Robinson from Baylor, quarterback.
Sawyer Robinson?
Yeah, I get my mobile quarterback somehow, some way. Because like I said, we Mendoza can move, like he'll keep himself out of trouble. But it's like, you know, we need someone like a mobile, because you know, for Kubiak's, even though I know what's his name wasn't too mobile from Seattle last year. But, yeah, but you know, we definitely need somebody that can, you know, can imitate that or emulate that.
I'm not sure why they drafted Sawyer Robinson, really, because we all know that Spytek and Brady, they don't believe in their quarterbacks running around, right? They want them in the pocket. Brady talks about it over and over again, like a mobile quarterback is just, you know, making it less longevity for his career, right? You're taking a chance of getting injured, you know. So I think I don't know what they're doing with Sawyer Robinson. I have no idea what's going on with the quarterback room, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's a competition and they're just like, man, look, let Mendoza learn, let Kirk Cousins sit on the bench, holding the laptop or whatever, and showing them, hey, look, this is the defense they're in. Watch, this guy's going to drop off. This guy's not going to drop off, right? And then, you know, just throw Aiden O'Connell out there and be like, man, this is the last year of your contract. Go out there and try to earn you one somewhere else, right? We don't have no reason to come out and win now. Let these guys develop, let them all get ready, and then start Mendoza next year. I mean, you hear a lot of talk about Mendoza's going to start, Mendoza's going to play. But if Brady has any say, I don't think Mendoza starts this year.
I don't think he starts. He might come in after a few games, but I don't think he'll start right away. Detroit guy, we're going to wrap the show up in a little bit anyway. It'll be almost 4 hours. Why don't you come in Tuesday with us when we do our Tuesday night show, 6:30 p.m. Pacific time. This is the Cover 3 show. We're going to wrap up in a little bit. It's been on 4 hours. I'm that big breakfast shit. I got to go eat. But anyway, yeah, he's not going to start. Unless something miraculous happens, he beats out. He makes Kirk Cousins look like I don't know, bad. But I don't think he'll start.
My bold prediction is by week 8 he will start. I think because, like I said, like when we're saying that AOC should come in, we're saying that a fourth round quarterback is better than the first string or first round quarterback that we just picked up. Because that would make no sense
was he not better than the first string quarterbacks we picked up before?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, he definitely.
And they weren't 38 years old. He was better than a 29-year-old Gardner Minshew. He was better than a 32-year-old Geno Smith.
Oh,
Aiden O'Connell's been better than both of those. They paid Geno Smith $70 million, and Aiden O'Connell was way better. Like, come on.
I would have loved to see Aiden get the time that Minshew got. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was his time to really kind of build off what he did the year before and show that, did you develop anything? Did you learn? You know what I'm saying? And he never got that chance. It was just like little sprinkles here. Then when he did get in, he got hurt. He broke his wrist. And then, you know, it's just, I would have liked to see it then. Now I'm like, shit, we got the number one quarterback now, and then we got Kirk. So I'm just really seeing those two. I mean, unless something goes disastrous, like, you know, for the Raiders, it sometimes does.
You know what that was about. You know what it's about. I explained that to you. You know what it's about. That was a power pull. That was Telesco pull his play move on AP. Because when AP made the announcement to start quarterback, you can see in his face he didn't want to start Minshew. That was Getz and Telesco doing that. Yo, we pay this man his money, you just don't start. Yeah, whatever. Because why you not starting the guy who got you the damn job? Aiden O'Connell want to help you get that damn job you got.
Yep. Let me ask you this, Casanova Walt. I see Casanova Walt.
Then when Minshew went down,
What are you talking about?
with AP on the news conference, we got our guy back. We got our guy. He was happy. Yeah, Walt's in there. Yeah.
So let me ask y'all this: why does John Spytek go out of his way to mention AOC is still on the roster? In 4 different press conferences, nobody asked him about AOC. They asked him about Mendoza.
Oh,
they
you
asked
noticed
him,
that?
Are you going to draft Mendoza? Is Kirk Cousins going to start? And he said, we also have AOC in the building, who played a lot of good football in the Big Ten, who knocked my Michigan team out of the playoffs in the championship. So, he brought that up. Nobody else said anything about Aiden O'Connell. And then the other video, they said, so is Kirk Cousins going to start, or is it going to be Mendoza? And he said, this is a meritocracy. The best man will play. So, and he threw out Aiden O'Connell's name again. So when your general manager is not overlooking the fact that you have Aiden O'Connell, who's played damn good football, and he's on the last year of his contract, I don't see that. And Casanova Walt says Aiden O'Connell won't be here next year. We've heard that his rookie year. We heard that when they went and got Gardner Minshew. We heard that when they went and got Geno Smith. Oh, this AOC don't fit this roster. AOC will never. He's going to be gone. But who came out and won us the last game? Right? It's Aiden O'Connell. So there's a reason that our general manager keeps bringing up the fact that we got 3 quarterbacks in this room, and every time they say Mendoza and Kirk Cousins, he said, don't forget about Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah,
so I'm just telling you, you're not, unless they're just bringing up Aiden O'Connell's name to trade him, but there's no trade value.
I was thinking
when there is trade value for Aiden O'Connell, if you let him come out and start the first couple games and show that, with an offensive line, with a running game and 2 running backs, what this kid can do, you have value. And now you trade him instead of just letting him walk his last year.
But what the thing is, why would you trade O'Connell now this year when he's the only veteran besides Kirk Cousins on the team that's a quarterback? I would not trade. Then you have 2 backup rookies. Yeah, that's stupid.
But
Kirk Cousins not going to be here for more than a year. Who's going to be the backup for Mendoza after that?
Well, yeah, we're working on that. But I'm saying though, this year, not next year, this year, he's the only veteran on the team. Unless you trade him for another veteran quarterback, fine. But why would you trade him and get another rookie in here to back up Mendoza? So you got a rookie backing up a rookie. Makes no sense to me.
Exactly.
You got Tom Brady as one of the best quarterbacks as a second coach to the quarterback too, though. You got the GOAT pretty much, and as your owner, that you get to pick his brain every dang day. You know what I mean? That's why it's kind of like less pressure on it, because you look at, he's got Kirk Cousins as far as Mendoza. He's got Kirk Cousins and Tom Brady in your QB. You know what I'm saying? In your QB room or in your facility. So that takes a lot of pressure off, because if Tom Brady doesn't have an answer,
Tom Brady's not going to be in the facility
every situation.
I was about to say that. He about to
Tom
be
Brady's
on that
not
phone.
in the facility. He has a job. He will not be anywhere in that building during the season.
But he has a phone, though.
Yeah, you could do a Zoom call.
Mr. Telephone Man.
I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. But what question will Tom Brady not know?
Yeah.
What question can he ask that Tom's gonna be like, damn, I've never seen that. I don't know.
But if you got to go to Tom Brady to ask the questions when you got Kirk Cousins next to you, why are we bringing in Kirk Cousins?
1.3 million. You know what I mean? Remember what we could have did with Russell Wilson a couple years ago? It took us years after, but we finally did it. But it's kind of just double insurance, because technically Tom can't play, so Kirk can't. You know what I mean? So technically Kirk, and I don't mind having Kirk. I feel like that was a pretty good move. That was a sneaky, pretty good move that we could have.
Well, Mendoza, you said on one press conference, he said, it's nice to be here. I'm happy here. Kirk Cousins, you got Tom Brady. Well, I can pick his brain now and then. He said, pick his brain now and then. Of course, he ain't going to be able to pick his brain all the time, because he's he works for the network. So he won't be there every day in the building. Mm-hmm. So, but he, like you said, make a phone call, send it to a text. Hey, Brady, what would you do in this situation? See, he has that availability. That's the thing I'm saying.
And I think a lot of people are overlooking the fact that if you look at Kirk Cousins, not last year, he only played a couple games. He was 10-5. But look at the year before. He was Geno Smith, 18 touchdowns, 16 interceptions. Do you really think they're going to relive that Come on, do you really think they're gonna look at Kirk Cousins and be like, we're paying him $1.3 million with a $10 million signing bonus, and we're gonna just put him out there and and just make the fans lose their shit because he's gonna come out if he comes out and plays like Geno? I mean, even last year he was 10-5. Like that was a little bit better, but he played the last 3 games
little bit better
on a roster that had legit starters at wide receiver, a decent offensive line, and you have one of the best running backs in the NFL, if not the best running back in the NFL. So, Kirk Cousins, like just 2 years ago, he was 18-16, bro. 18 touchdowns, 16 interceptions. The dude is falling off. He's 38 years old, coming off an Achilles, and he said for a reason, I don't want to play if I'm not the best guy on the field, because he knows damn well he's not the best guy out there.
Yeah. I just have more confidence.
One thing. They brought him in for one or two reasons. Probably to help out Mendoza, facts.
And Spytek said that too.
He also played under Kubiak where he has best seasons ever in the NFL. So he knows how Kubiak runs his
That was 8 years ago.
Doesn't matter. You don't change.
It does when you're 38.
What they said, you said that coaches don't change their ways. They still have the same ways. Might be different plays here and there, but he knows how he runs his system. That's what I'm saying. That's how he runs the plays, his system, where he runs it. He knows what Kubiak does, what he likes to run, what type of plays he likes to run, where he like to run man.
Now, I go back to Garoppolo and Hoyer for that, because remember, we heard that same noise with that too.
Yep.
That's why we brought Hoyer and Garoppolo, because they know the system and shit. Didn't look like they knew.
No, we bring for that. We bring for OC.
But everybody
I'm talking about when we got Hoyer and Garoppolo. Remember when we had that coach? It was McDaniels, and remember they came from the McDaniels system, and they were, that's why we brought them in, because they know the system. And then
but that's something that worked for us though, because we had
players ass in the system.
Yeah, that's what I said. They were, for the system that they knew, they were ass. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't put too much stock into the system.
I disagree with that, because
football.
The system that McDaniels ran when he had those guys, they had different type of players. We didn't have those players to run that system. Like I said, you got to look at the players that play in the system.
Yep.
That's not necessarily the players themselves, the players that play in the system. Some players play better in certain systems than others. Like you see one guy jump from one team, he sucked at one team, with another team played better. Why? Because that team's system is a different system than he was in. So I look at the system where they ran. What the McDonald's ran was the system. He had certain players. He had those guys. I'm gonna list them all, but he had those guys. When he got here, we didn't have those guys. That's why McDonald's decided to gut the whole team and bring in new players. That didn't work. Garoppolo,
we had Devontae Adams. We had Josh
Exactly. We actually had an offense then. Like
we had an offense then. What you mean we didn't have nobody?
We
had Michael Mayer. We had Jacoby Meyer.
We didn't have the players. Had the system. Devontae Adams was the exception case.
But we also weren't doing.
Wait a minute. Devon was coughing. I didn't finish. Devontae Adams can play anybody's system. That's how good he is. Right,
but he also got. Go ahead.
But you also got a coach that failed to do something that worked well for the star wide receiver. Like what was Devontae Adams' like main call? The back shoulder pass. Did we see any of those?
No.
Yeah, we no
consistent quarterback.
Yeah. When he decided to put AOC in, but then
he was catching all those back shoulder throws, touchdowns. Two toes.
Yeah, well, like I said, Devontae Adams is such a kid. He can play anybody's system. He can go play anybody's system, no matter what coach out there at OC. I mean, he can play well in Getsy's system, which he's like, yeah, get the hell out of here. So, but that's the fact. But like I'm saying though, that's why when the McDummy got here, he tried to change the whole team, gut the whole team, try to make it like the Patriots of old. No. Didn't work.
Yeah.
Like I say, players play in different types of systems, play better than other players do in different systems.
Yeah. Garoppolo wasn't it either, because he was literally throwing balls. Like there was no consistency to where he would place the ball.
Yeah, 9 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
Yeah, it'd be like
6 games.
In
6 games.
Or setting them up, setting them up for failure. But as far as like the roster, when we had Jacoby, Devontae, Renfro, Waller, we had a squad, bro. That's what I'm saying. We didn't have the defense, but then everything we do is backwards. We had the offense, and we were just going.
We had a playoff team.
Score enough points to finesse, but no.
We had a playoff team before McDaniels got here, and he totally gut that playoff team.
But you also gotta think about this, right? We heard all that same shit like Jason said when they brought Jimmy G in, right? All the fans, this is the fans said,
me included.
But he played with Josh McDaniels, but he knows Josh McDaniels' system. We're bringing him in because he knows the system. And Jimmy G said himself, same thing Kirk Cousins said, this is a different system. They changed it. They've evolved. They changed the language. They changed everything. This is not the same system. I'm coming into a new system. This system was 5, 6, 7 years ago. I don't know this system anymore. And Kirk Cousins said it himself. This is a different system. The language, the verbiage has changed. It's going to take me a while to catch up, but I do know what Kubiak likes. But that didn't help Jimmy G. He knew what Josh McDaniels liked. It didn't help him. That's my point. So, and the fact that, again, Kubiak, when he was asked about the quarterback situation, he said, Kirk Cousins is going to come in and help Aiden O'Connell in whatever quarterback we bring in if we bring in one. Which, you're trying to, beat around the bush, but still, he's saying, I think Kirk Cousins is going to help Aiden O'Connell. It's really going to help Aiden O'Connell and the quarterbacks in this room. So there's a reason, for me, I read between the tea leaves, right? And you don't go out of your way and mention a guy when he's not brought up. He's saying, don't forget about Aiden O'Connell. That's what he said. Don't forget we got Aiden O'Connell, who's played really good ball for us. 3 touchdowns. 340 yards and 2 touchdowns against the Chiefs 2 years ago, and we lost it because he was looking to the sideline when you got an earpiece and the ball was snapped. Come on, we should have beat the Chiefs then. We beat the Chiefs before. Aiden O'Connell's came in and played damn good football, and Spytek keeps bringing that up. So that just tells me that there's something going on where they believe in this young man. They've seen him in the building. We heard Pete Carroll said the same thing. Aiden's a damn good quarterback. We believe in Aiden O'Connell. He's won us games. He's played very solid on bad teams. That was what Pete Carroll said. He played solid on bad teams. We don't have a bad team no more.
Who said that? Pete Carroll didn't say that.
Yeah, Pete, go back and look at his interview. He said Aiden O'Connell. We believe in Aiden O'Connell. He's played good on bad teams.
Well, why didn't he put him in when Gino got hurt for a minute? Gino came out there limping, he put him back in there. So
because he knew if you put Aiden O'Connell in, that Gino wasn't getting back out there. I mean, it's obvious the love for Gino. Yeah. That's why he didn't play Kenny Pickett. That's why he played Kenny Pickett one game. It was like, no, take him out.
Do you guys remember what Pete said about AOC though? Why he didn't put him in the game? He said the game slows down when they put AOC in the game.
So,
yeah, no, I was just saying. Do you guys remember when he said that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he said basically, but I don't know. That's coming from Pete. So,
but when was our game ever sped up though?
Exactly.
What's he slowing down?
We had the ball that much
making the 3 and outs faster or slower?
Yeah, we better got the ball. I mean, we better have the ball.
I think that's what he was trying to say. Basically, the speed.
Yeah, the game slow. Yeah, the game slows down, with Aiden O'Connell in it. Yeah, I don't know, but
I think you also have to look at it in Pete Carroll's history too. We know Pete Carroll is a quarterback pleaser, right? What was the issues that he had with the Seahawks was that he was giving all these concessions to Russell Wilson, despite how good or how bad Russell Wilson played. That's the same thing that he did with Gino. The reason why Gino, even when Gino was limping, out there on one leg or however you want to call it, out there, he still was conceding to Gino because again,
put him out there limping.
Carroll, that's his guy. You know what I'm saying? So he's going to do that despite even knowing, like you said, the facts that he knows about AOC and even the stuff that he said in the press conferences. He's still going to concede to whatever Gino wanted to do. And with Gino having the option to say, hey, I still want to go out there and play, Pete Carroll's like, okay, well, I'm gonna let you do what you do.
Yeah. When the same thing, when all the fans said, Geno Smith's the savior, Geno Smith could throw, Geno Smith is going to turn this team around. What I tell y'all, Geno Smith is going to have, if he has a rough year, he will not get pulled because Pete Carroll cannot take him out of the game, and that's going to ruin our season. And that's exactly what happened. He started playing like ass, and they couldn't take him out. When you could have put in, Kenny Pickett and at least tried to do something. I mean, shit, you could have put in Cam Miller and not got him stole off the damn practice squad. Wasn't that a Tom Brady kid?
I said Geno Smith at the beginning of the season. I said, okay, we got a quarterback that looks better than Minshew did on paper. Okay, I said, okay, we got rid of Minshew, so we got Geno Smith. Maybe he'll be better. I didn't say it's gonna take us to the playoffs. No, I thought we were gonna win 10 games. I thought because of Pete Carroll's history, but apparently I was wrong on all that. But
First pass of the season.
we talked about this earlier before you got on. You probably been in chat. It wasn't all Geno Smith's fault. It was the head coach and all that. But still, as a quarterback, you're supposed to be a leader of the team. When you make a mistake, you don't go to the sideline, sit on the opposite side of the bench and pout like a little kid. You get up there and say, my fault, my fault. Go to talk to the players. The offense like, come on, you got to do better. He did none of that.
No.
He didn't lead the team. He sat on the bench.
Yeah. I think it was a hit job from the beginning. I think Pete was the sacrifice. And they just did what they had to do, let Pete take it, because he was already retired anyway.
I feel like that too. They knew he was going to suck because he's going to bring in Geno. And they're
I
like,
feel that in my heart that was supposed to happen. And they just needed somebody to take the rap and they set it up for pretty much Kubiak. I'm pretty sure this was in the works for a couple years now. And then basically they just let Pete take the rap because Pete's already retired. So it doesn't Pete's legacy doesn't get touched.
Pete knew he was coming back next year because that's why he went out there and tried to win that last game. And
well, he thought he was.
So, yeah, okay. That's it. He thought he was coming back. This is already planned out.
No,
he didn't know it yet. That's why. Hold on. That's why they asked Pete, "Do you want to retire?" No. Okay. Well then, all right. There's another choice. You're fired. They ever asked Pete, "Do you want to retire?" No. He said no. He want to come back and coach another year. We say no. That's why they asked you to retire because you're not coming back next year. We got our plans made, our minds made up.
Yeah, I think that was always the plan because that's why I say he had to kind of stick to those guns to make it look good because he had to be like, oh yeah, they're trying to get me out of here, but I'm not going nowhere. But no, that's BS. That's because you had no control. If they want you out of here, you gone, bro. Like it ain't you don't have the option of if you stay or go. You are gone. So like I said, it was a hit job. He basically did what he had to do, and look where we are. So
and it was two different scenarios, right? You got Kubiak that's coming in to rebuild. They told the nation it's a rebuild. They let everybody know this is what we're doing. We're rebuilding. This is the plan, right? Last year it was, oh no, I won 10 games everywhere I went. We're winning 10 games, right? We're coming out. We're hitting the ground running. We're gonna win all these games because that's what I've done my whole career. So last year, Pete Carroll had to play Geno Smith. He wouldn't play Aiden O'Connell or any of these rookies because he thought he could win now with Geno Smith, and that was his mistake. And this year, they don't have to win now. They don't have to win now. They could sit Fernando. They could play Fernando. They could play Cousins. They could sit Cousins. They could play Sawyer Dan Robinson. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, yes, they're going to try to win every game, but they want Mendoza ready, and he's not ready. He said it himself. I'm not ready. I'm far, far, far. I got a lot to do. And when your quarterback comes out and tells you I'm not ready, you don't put him out there.
No, you're right. Like I said, this is not Pete Carroll's in that win now mode, and we're not now, and we're not.
Yeah, we're not.
And you can feel it. You can feel it. This is
we're
the
in the field now
because right now you got Spytek, and like I said, this is actually his first year of being a real GM. Now he can go ahead and get the players that him and his coaches want on his team. So now they can rebuild, get the guys in there, and start phasing the other regime guys out. When that didn't work for us, start phasing them out slowly. He's not coming here like what McDaniels did, who was a GM. This guy wasn't. He came in his first year and gut the whole team the first day. Spytek's not doing that. He's slowly bringing in guys to take place of some of the older guys that you don't play. You want to play? Not playing for us.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you're still talking. And Pete Carroll, like with the whole Pete Carroll thing and the Kubiak thing is with your John Spytek in your first year as a GM, are you really going to tell a dude that's been to two Super Bowls, won national championships, like this is how we're doing it? Like, nah, you're gonna learn from that. You're gonna learn from the veteran, learn from the old man. You're not gonna step on his toes, right? You're gonna come in, you're gonna learn. Like, you're not gonna be like, I'm the GM, I'm gonna do it this way, because he wasn't comfortable in that spot, right? He wasn't comfortable in his own skin as GM. This is his first year. Now he's got his feet wet. Now he's got, he's got his place in the building. Everybody's starting to, buy into what what Spytech is doing with these drafts, and he's gilded. So now he's a lot more confident, right? And now he knows this is my shit. This is my team, and we're running it my way. We're bringing in my people. We're bringing in my players, and no more BS of having a head coach that has more experience than a GM, right? You got a new coach that's never been a coach before. So I think it's just a total way better scenario and way better upward trajectory for sure.
I get it. Because go ahead.
No, I think it could have worked with Pete Carroll, but the issue is that there was just too many. There was they had two different, aspects of where the team was and how the team was going to go. Like, yeah, it could have worked. Like I said, it could have worked with Pete Carroll, but when you have, Pete Carroll having an idea of where the team is going, and then the GM and the rest of the front office has another aspect of how the team's going, and it's not agreeing, then that's why we got what we got. So it seems this time, and this is still early. We don't know if there's rumblings, you know what I'm saying? Because this relationship is early with Kubiak and Spytech, but so far it seems like they're agreeing at where the team is, and even with the guys that they've drafted, you can kind of see that we're not trying to, necessarily win. Of course we want to win, but it's not like we got to win right now. It's like we're building 2-3 years down the road to where we can be consistently, floating in that, postseason, area.
Yeah, everybody's on the same page, from the top to the bottom. Last year, Pete Carroll wanted to do this. Tom Brady wanted to do this. Chip Kelly wanted to do this. Brandon Carroll wanted to do this. Spytech wanted to do this. Now, everybody's in a collective group. They all on the same page. They all have the same goal and the same philosophy of how they want to build this team. And when you get that, that's all you need.
Exactly. Like I say, for many years, everybody's on different pages. The AP and the Lesko thing, they were on different pages. They weren't in the same book.
Even with John Gruden.
They weren't in the same book. Matter of fact, they weren't in the same library. They were all totally different, opposites of the spectrum.
Even with Gruden and Mayock.
Yes. Well, Gruden ran the thing. Mayock was just a figurehead. He was just a yes man.
But now he's coming out saying, like, I wanted to say this. I wanted to do this. And Gruden
saw the interview. Yeah, he's speaking out. But Gruden ran the shit. Well, that was Mark Davis' fault because he told Gruden, you run the whole thing. 10 years, you do all the thing, you do everything. I don't do nothing. That was Mark Davis' fault. But this year, it seemed like I'm excited for this season. Like I said, I'm not expecting a bunch of wins. I'm not expecting to go to playoffs. But I'm expecting to see new and improved Raiders. And everybody else should be too. Patience and wait. Because remember one thing, y'all know this. You should know this. If you don't, something wrong. You must be on a rock. The Super Bowl is going to be held in the Allegiant Stadium in 2029.
We'll be there.
Yep. You can win football games with a bridge quarterback and a damn good running game in a top 15 defense. But you can't win games with no defense, a number one quarterback, and no running game. If you don't believe me, ask Joe Burrow. If you don't believe me, ask Lamar Jackson, right? Like, if you don't have a defense and a running game, it don't matter how good a quarterback you are. You have to have everything go together. But if you have a top 10 and a top 10 run game, then you can make it with a bridge quarterback that doesn't turn the ball over and make mistakes.
Exactly. I agree with that. Look at Flacco. He was a bad quarterback and took the team out to the playoffs. The Browns. Like, if he can do that to the Browns, come on.
Yeah. So damn, man, I didn't know y'all been on here 4 hours.
Yeah, we about 4.5 hours now.
I'm gonna let y'all get off. I know that baby's like, damn, get off the damn.
I know. Daddy got a smoke break. Daddy got to go.
Well, I told Jason this morning, so it might be a long show. I'll figure like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. But Twan popped in, you popped in, the chat's going crazy. It's like 40 people in the room. I didn't want to leave, but
yeah, you can't leave when they're in there.
Yeah, but anyway, we do got a show Tuesday night. Join us for me, Jason. Hopefully Chewy. You have to do the square schedule and everything's not changed, but we're back to Tuesday night, 6:30 p.m. We're gonna do our shows on the 30s, so watch out.
Yeah.
It's called the Cover 3 show. We hope you guys join us for that. And before we leave, before we walk out the door, hit the likes, subscribe to our channels. Everybody's channel, although they're not broadcasting on their channel, but still go to the channel, subscribe, and likes. I'm trying to get to 500, which it seems like it's an impossible task, but I don't worry about it.
Hey, stay with it, man.
I'm not worried about it.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think your boy from the Cover 3, Chewy's going through some shit with with his family and the pregnancy. So if we can get prayers in the chat, man.
Oh yeah, that's right. He texted us about that. So yeah, Truey's has some medical issues with the pregnancy. So you guys, like Rebel said, some prayers out to him.
Yeah, man. All the prayers, prayer warriors are needed when you're going through shit like that. It helps. So
yeah, why don't you? Twan, wants to say a prayer right there for Chewy, if you don't mind.
Huh?
I was talking to Twan.
Yeah. But yeah, man, I appreciate y'all having me on. I'm gonna hop off here. Hit me up if y'all want me to pop on next time or whatever.
Definitely. No, appreciate you coming, bro.
All right, Rebel.
All right, man. Appreciate it. You have a good one.
You too, brother.
Yeah. What did you want again? Just to make it clear.
Oh, we're going to wrap the show, but before we go, why don't you send a prayer out to Chewy because he's having some issues with his wife and his family and pregnancy. So he texted me yesterday. So before we go, what's the prayer for him?
Oh, I've been talking to him. You want me to do it right here on live?
If you want to, you don't have to.
Okay, no problem. Just wanted to make sure be clear on that. All right. Gracious and Father, Lord, we thank you, Lord, for this day. We thank you for your blessings. We thank you, Lord, for just being the awesome God that you are in our lives. Despite what is going on in our lives, you have been faithful. You've been kind. You've been a provider and a protector. Father, we ask you, Lord, in the name of Jesus, to touch Chewy, Father God, and his family. Father God, we don't know all the specifics, but we know that you know all the specifics. So we just ask you, Lord, to be in the room, be in the midst, wherever they may be, comfort the hearts and minds that are around, be the eyes and ears, but also be the doctor because we know that you are the great physician. So I ask you, Lord, to be with the nurses, be with the doctors, whatever is going on. We know that all things work together for those that love you and that are called according to your purposes. So we just ask you, Lord, to be in whatever place Chewy is. Again, comfort his heart and his mind, and whoever else is involved. We know that you will continue to be with them as they go through this process, knowing that you will never leave them nor forsake them. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And with that closing prayer, we want to thank you guys for joining us. Make sure before you walk out the door, hit the like, subscribe buttons. Get us going on our algorithms. And with that being said, Jason, any last words?
Yeah, just stay involved, man. We building, let's have some patience. Let's let this thing build up. That's all I know.
Swan said that prayer, but you got any last words, Swan?
Oh yeah, hey, go ahead and subscribe the heck out of Chris's channel. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and get that popping and subscribe to everybody. We all trying to do the best we can. I did 16 hours in the last, probably 20 hours in the last 3 days. So, we definitely trying to put in this work for you guys and do the homework. So definitely supporting anybody. The prayer that I sent out, definitely if you ever need prayer, you know what I'm saying? I put myself out there, hit me up on IG, you know what I'm saying, and let me know what I need to be in prayer for. And, I will definitely be in prayer for you and whatever's going on in your life. So hit me up at Twan, TWUAN on IG if you ever need, you know what I'm saying, a prayer for you or your family members, whatever's going on in your life. I do care and I am concerned for each and every one of you guys. So please reach out to me.
All right. Well, with that being said, I appreciate you guys coming in on a Sunday morning. You could have been anywhere, but you still decided to spend time with us on Sunday morning. We'll be back next Sunday morning with a different show, but stay tuned for Tuesday night. Maybe our special guests come in on Tuesday night with us because I don't know if you're going to be here, probably not. So if anybody want to be a special guest on our show, reach me on IG. You got my IG account. It's posted in my page. Reach me if you want to be a special guest on the show. Reach out to me, and then we'll bring you in. With that being said, thanks for coming in. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. God bless. Go Raiders!
Yeah.
I forgot the background music. Sorry, guys.
Let's go. Let's go. I can't even do my voice right. Dang.
It's all right. You're good. All right. See you guys.
That's what the draft does.
It's the Sunday morning Pillaging show. Chris for Raiders. Oh. For the nation, Jason. Oh. Pillaging just for